ready to rumble. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Go. ready to rumble. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. rumble. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
We are back for day number 2 of the Ruthless Regional Showdown, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Circa, together with my buddy for tonight, Mr. Kandra. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling ecstatic as we're going to be diving into the MENA region as well as the finest of Europe to see who will come up ahead in the tournament so far. Of course, Sir Cloud, it's been rather exciting to also check out some of these teams in action back in day 1. And we're also going to be joined with another 2 teams that may have missed out on a little bit of the action from yesterday. So all coast is clear as they will be able to catch up with those points.
Oh yeah, and of course, it's not only like today and we're done. We still have many more days to come. So whatever happens to whichever team that you guys are supporting, well, there is still a lot of opportunity for them to make comebacks in days to come. And we are splitting the format into phase 1 and phase 2, in which we will explain in a little bit more. But the general understanding is that every single day, the point will collect until the very end to decide on who will be the champion. Basically, no smash rule format, no group stage format. It's pretty straightforward PUBG Mobile Esports.
That's great. I mean, they don't really have to worry too much about, oh, do I really have to consider about all the other teams and do we have enough points to qualify for the weekend? Well, it's just going to be straightforward using this point system for every single round, where the chicken dinner will, of course, reward the team with 10 points. And if you guys have already tuned into PUBG Mobile Esports, it's pretty much the same format as it's been used for a couple of years already. And of course, each kill that they do get, every elimination is worth 1 point each.
Oh yeah, pretty standard point system, ladies and gentlemen. The only maybe unusual point counting way, but actually it's still the same, it's going to be the Rondo match. Just because there's this recall system. We will go through the maps later on, just to give you guys an idea in case it's your first time joining us for this season. And today will be the 3rd of November, is day number 2 of phase number 1. So as you can see here, it's divided into 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2. Basically, phase 1 is this week. Phase 2 will be next week. And the champion will be determined by the points collected throughout the entire 2 phases. Now, we will feature 18 teams. And they will play 5 matches every single day in a single lobby format. Means that every team will be playing every single round that you see.
That's right, and that being said though, as much as it's 18 teams, I believe there's just about ample space in every respective map for them to drop, and you know what they always say, the more the merrier. Well, of course, these are our participating teams. We've seen some of them really thriving back in day 1, and we'll also want to see if they could also catch up for those who are having maybe not the best of stellar starts, so we'll have to stay tuned to what they really have to offer. I think teams like British Pro have done a decent job so far, being in the top 5, while GOAT is the one that's currently sitting at the top.
Yes, and we have a bit of a change in case you followed from yesterday. PAPARA Supermassive is unable to join us, unfortunately, but their slot will be replaced by Regnum Karya Bra. So here are the teams and their respective players, as you can see here on screen: BOARS Gaming, UV Esports, Kara Esports, as well as GEN.G. And so far, Kara Esports have not been doing too bad, but there is another even more consistent team that we will show to you guys on screen later. That is GOAT team. That is now the team to beat.
That's right, they've managed to accumulate a total of 66 points thus far, and I do believe that teams such as IC will also have opportunities to keep up, whereas GEEKAY Esports have also been looking fantastic as well. Ragnarok, Safji, Triple S, Nirzet, Kevin as well as Berlin will once again try to prove if they could actually take that #1 spot away. Well, we're also joined by R8 as well. I do hope that they do make some significant impact. And of course, not forgetting the stars from across MENA as well as Asia, where we've seen Alpha Gaming thrive even in many of all these tournaments. We'll have to see, though, if they can play catch-up because they're sitting around with 29 points thus far.
Yep, these are big names, no doubt, right? And I'm sure the fans would expect them to perform even better today. Well, we can say that yesterday was a introductory lobby for all the teams, but today they are probably going to go all in since they have learned from how the teams play from yesterday. Now, we also have ETSH Esports, we have ARCred, we have Inner Circle, as well as Virtus Pro. Now, out of all these teams, of course, Inner Circle, they bring a lot of fans to the show. We see you out there. You guys are putting your support for Inner Circle. And for Inner Circle themselves, I'm sure today they can put in a way better performance to give you guys the best in entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, so far under a brand new banner, but it's still pretty much a star-studded roster. We'll keep our eyes on Falcon Go later on when we move into those matches. Whereas right now, sitting at the top, GOAT team looking so good so far. We'll also be joined by MADBULLS as well, fielding Tulika, Flip, Lemon, as well as Pusher. And that will make up our 18 teams in total. So I can't wait to actually get right into the action. You know, Cloud, I might have missed out on some of all the action yesterday, but did you maybe fill me in with, you know, a little bit of what really went on back in day one?
Yep, so day one, it was a introductory day, I must say, and we can see that teams are playing it fairly carefully. Yeah, we do have some small skirmishes at the very beginning, but after that, like, teams just play it very tactically. They don't take unnecessary fights. It almost feels like this is a pro league that we are looking at. I mean, it features all these pro teams, right? But they are still playing it like they are going for a Pro League championship. So that's something very interesting to observe based on day one. But whether that will change today here on day number 2, where they get a bit comfortable with the lobby from yesterday, and today they will start to be a little bit more spicy, I must say. Well, it's yet to see.
Yeah, I really do hope that they do actually amp up a little bit of that pace, because we've seen it so far coming from the side of Team IC that they definitely are that aggressive bunch that really do love those kind of aggressive playstyles. And I guess like that has absolutely benefited them, although there were also certain rounds that they may not actually walk out with, you know, those maximum numbers. But when we move into Rondo to kickstart our day, I think the best way to really propel your team ahead is by utilizing all the tools with the recall tower for them to keep churning out those big numbers. And one such player that has been able to absolutely try it from yesterday was GOAT's very own Yoyagi.
Yep, and he's the current overall MVP with 12 eliminations and 2,959 damage. Well, Go team, the entire squad, they've been doing very well. They did very well yesterday, and obviously because of that, they are at number 1, and most of their players were up on our stats chart, like whichever stats that we flip over, whether it's eliminations or whether it's damage output at some point. But of course, towards the end, maybe some of the other players, they took a bit of a backseat that allowed the other players from the other teams to climb up. Now, for example, that we can see here, the road to MVP. Yes, Joyagi, he is at the front line, but behind him are other players from different teams like Ragnarok, we have Doc here, we have Alino, as well as the T24. So it's nice to see like different teams, the different players from different teams up here on the road to MVP. It just shows that how competitive this lobby is.
Yeah, true enough. Overall, it really seems like everyone has a very distinct play style, and that's the beauty of having, you know, each region butting heads, and we are seeing a culmination of play style, which is the very reason why that, you know, you're mentioning it looks and feels very much just like the pro leagues, because they are absolutely giving everything they've got. And of course, we'll take a look at the damage numbers so far. Joyagi is absolutely stole the show with pretty much close to 3,000 damage being offered throughout the span of those rounds. But APG Doc has been keeping up to pace as well in order to secure the same amount of elimination points. Meanwhile, Ragnarok T24 as well as Varonic have been able to also score themselves 11 total eliminations, so they're not too far off from where they need to be.
Yep, and the numbers are still close, so we can expect this chart to be jumbled up here today with the 5 matches that we will be playing, especially with the Rondo match as our first match. That is where teams would make the most out of the potential eliminations in the game to bring in as many points as possible for themselves as well as the team. Now, speaking about the points, we did talk about GOAT. They are currently at number 1. They have a 17-point gap with Inner Circle. So the point gap is not that far. One good game by Inner Circle, and if GOAT doesn't really do well, Inner Circle can go number 1. And for the rest of them, like GEEKAY, for example, like ARCred, points are still that close, and that's because naturally it's day number 1. So we can expect this overall ranking to flip over by the end of the day as well.
Yeah, I would still say that it is a pretty tight race, especially within the top 9 for the moment. When we start things off in Rondo, any team that scores above 10 elimination points will be able to absolutely benefit by just leapfrogging into whether you're from 9th all the way to 5th, or perhaps even if a crazy round of 20 over points to be accrued, then they can actually challenge for that top 1 position. Whereas R8, they will be starting things off with only 5 points back in day 1. And I believe that they should be able to do much better. We'll also have to see whether if the rest of Falcons can also keep up to the pace. If they do score big, then they should be able to at least put themselves in the running once more in the top 5 situation. So reading the course of how the rest of these bots are going to be operating. So pretty much they will be diving into those bots from yesterday and making certain adjustments. So we're about to kickstart our run. So Sir Cloud, I think it's about time we're going to be getting ourselves a little dose of chicken dinners.
Yes, and so far no team has repeated their chicken dinner. Of course, to be fair, it's only day 1, right? Maybe today there might be a repeat or maybe not. But ideally, of course, is for us to see every team scores at least a chicken dinner. That will make the race kind of fun towards the end to crown the first ever champion of the Ruthless Regional Showdown for the MENA region. So it's something that I can't wait to see what's going to happen today and how it's going to unfold. But before we head on to the game, of course, in all Ruthless Hype Esports tournament tradition, Contra, we still have to do our prediction. And that will come right after us introducing the maps. 5 maps today, starting off with Rondo, followed by 2 ERANGELs, and we'll end the day into Miramar. So, Contra, you got to be prepared with your prediction.
Well, I definitely do have a couple of names in mind for the moment, but I'll let you pick first later on. But Rondo definitely will be super exciting to watch. I mean, a team like IC, they're super explosive. They'll probably have the mindset of farming big points by taking on teams early, hoping not to be fully wiped out though, because you need at least one player at least surviving for them to get those revives done. So I'm hoping to see more and more teams to also implement that. Whereas in some of the other regions, they kind of have certain teams to say, hey, you know what? We don't really need those revives. We just have to play standard and it should be pretty good to go.
Well, now that we are pretty good to go for our prediction, I'm going to bring in, let's see here. Oof. Let's start off with GOAT team. Let's go.
Okay, if you're going for GOAT, I guess like for me, I've been eyeing on IC for quite a bit. I do believe in, Falcon and Co. They've been looking really good, even in more recent tournaments as well. So I would still, of course, put my eggs in the basket here on them for Rondo.
Okay, Inner Circle it is. Okay, so it's number 1 versus number 2, basically. All right, so let's see what Prod has in mind here for our first prediction. So far, none of us has got our prediction right yet, and Prod is going for the big name, Twisted Mind. Okay, interesting. And what's interesting as well is that all these three teams come from different regions as well. So that is also part of the competition to see which region is the strongest region of them all within this lobby.
Yeah, and then I think like this is where there's so many discussion on who exactly is the best team. I think at this moment it is hard to tell what the power level really is, because day one usually you would say like it's a little bit more of an introductory round, even for the players themselves, that hey, we have not really played all too much against the rest of the teams from across the region, so there's a lot of adjustments to do, which is why you also tend to see maybe Twisted Mind needed a little bit more of a configuration of how they rotate around the map or so. So I think perhaps they've already figured it out. So now that we've got the predictions done, Rondo, it's usually hectic with so many things going on. Some of the areas that we would expect to have plenty of action is going to be areas like the test track, or even somewhere around the western region where we have stadium, or as well as Rinjiang to also be a part of the contest as well. So I'm expecting these players to actually fight for those positions.
Yeah, and I also need to fight for my settings now. Yep. Got a message from the big man. Yeah, just to let the big man know that it is in the middle. So yeah, I guess that's the best way for me to communicate back. But yeah, it's in the middle. Just saying. Yeah, okay, there you go. We got it from Mission Control. All right, so that means it's all good for us to jump into Rondo now. 10 more seconds it is. And we will be heading into the first game of day number 2, people. Without further ado, let's head on to the flight. And it's going to be Rondo.
All right, as we kickstart our matches here in our Ruthless Regional Showdown, make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel, as we offer you some of the very best action that you can ever witness in PUBG Mobile Esports. There were times that we do get 2 different fight paths, but this time around it's just going to be pretty straightforward, as we will have it starting off from the edge of Fountain to be headed all the way up north towards Ryan. So, like I said, this might just be a little bit more Western-centric in the form of battles that might actually occur, such as areas like Jiaotin Stadium as well as Yulin. But we're already seeing a very early dive coming from the members of GEN.G as well as ARCred. We'll see whether they'll lock horns by the corners of Longho.
Yeah, we can expect a early fight at the southern side of the map there. While players are jumping out, if we were to look at some of these other stats here, our top players, Joyagi, is leading most of the chart. Most damage output, most eliminations. But to be fair, of course, most eliminations he's sharing it with Doc. So Doc is just side by side with him. And all the other stats as well, we see a lot of Joyagi there. Let's see if we can continue to perform here again today. But zooming into our action, looks like we have Alpha Gaming right now in action against ARCred, and they're trading blows with each other.
Ooh, boy. We really want to see how this one plays out. And for the moment, I think that it is going to be pretty much straightforward for APG. They've been able to just open up their account by taking out 3 members back to back. But I believe that there will be a grand reset that they'll be able to achieve by just going for the recall tower, since there is still 1 remaining member. So usually that's how it goes. You have 1 player set by the quarter to get those revives done, and they will get back in action in the jiffy.
Now, Z-Wolf in action. What a hot players from the last PMGC. And he's able to get his target right in front of him. That's going to be Regnum Karya Esports. Securing another elimination point, make that 3 for now for them. Very good start, but unfortunately can't say the same for Team Falcons. They have been eliminated at number 18. No elimination point for them.
Oh boy, it seems like they had a very tough battle up against IC, and they're still Ulf Esports, who's currently a neck-to-neck up against the rest of Virtus Pro. almost got back into my usual call of our esports, but we're no longer in Southeast Asia. So we'll have Sola now trying to push right through 1 versus 2 in this situation, but not really quite finding the mark. He does have to reload his S12K to do a little bit more, but he's been able to bait them into a trap as his teammates have now arrived to the scene.
And scoping down. It's Alino, but he's not able to get the knock. Unfortunately, countered back by Solus and immediately eliminated. However, Virtus Pro, they still have Malloy alive. So now he will be on the grand mission to bring back his teammates onto the battleground.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a far stretch for him to get into the closest recall tower for the moment. But we'll see whether they will once again recommit. Once they drop down, they will be equipped with a JS9. But more often than not, you would see players wanting to at least get their hands onto maybe a DBS or an S12K when they go close proximity. As for Nuclear Zone, they hear a little bit of those noise coming over on the quarters where Virtus Pro was holding out. So they're absolutely plotting something in these areas. Over on the edge of Rinjang, as there is going to be the rest of ARCred now getting themselves resetted. Marv still needs to at least pick up a first aid kit to get himself back to 100%. Now, this is a really ruthless kind of circle where you start off on the west and now everybody has to journey into the northeastern corner of the map. Not too much of a problem for BOARS Esports though. I mean, they're already directly in the center, whereas Falcon Co from the side of IC, they're just going to be holding by the corners of test track, which is still within that first phase of the zone. So they'll be able to just play it out up against the side of REG. Both sides already acquiring plentiful of points. Inner Circle definitely wants a whole lot more.
And they're looking at Regnum Carrier Esports. They're around the area test track, and it looks like they want to wait for Regnum Carrier Esports. So it's going to be interesting to see if they will continue to wait here and try to get those exit frags from them. The Silas and Cole now, they are on their way out. Mr. Legendary Silas, by the way. It's passing by. Okay, not yet, not yet. They're taking their time though, but they have also no idea they're being scouted out by Inner Circle.
Yeah, true enough. It is a very cheeky angle that they're holding out. Meanwhile, speaking of angles, it's Catch. Literally catching one member out, and there's still going to be a rush right through coming from the side of GS, but it is going to be an instant response. Catch, can he actually clutch it out? He gets all 3!
Whoa.
Whoa! Hold on for a second. Just with a UMP, he takes all of them down.
Yep, he goes against what Contract just said of taking the DBS and so on and so forth. UMP did the trick for him. But for, looks like Regnum Carrier, they got one player taken out. That's going to be Zero for their top players. And another player is also down on the ground as well. Looks like Inner Circle, they will pocket another elimination point. And that's Silas on the ground. Okay. But nevertheless, fret not for the fans of Regnum Carrier Esports. As long as they have 2 players alive in the game, they can be brought back into the battleground.
Yeah, and I think like they definitely have to wait until Silas is being eliminated first and foremost. So not much that can be done about this current stance that they're taking right now. I mean, we've seen how well prepared Inner Circle was, where they were just hovering around those high ground terrains, and eventually they've been able to hit the mark, and that is now 5 points acquired, but it is still Ulf that has the most of these numbers, 6 points already, and BOARS have already set up a perfect trap as they've been able to also back one ahead, taking out another team from the block.
And Freak, still waiting for Snowies to make his move. But speaking about making a move, a player from R8 just got taken out. But not eliminated yet though. Okay, there you go. Now we have it on screen. Abrino will just move in to lock in the elimination point. And that's surely going to be Nuclear Zone's the first point. There you go. So now for Abrino, well, just focus on to looting the box and get into the zone.
it shouldn't be too problematic for the side of R8 to be able to recall that one fallen member. Whereas GEEKAY Esports are also on the move. Falcon now being caught out though. The rest of Alpha Gaming now holding by the Neox factory grounds as they're just taking this checkpoint for the slight moment. It's always such a beautiful scene to witness, all the diversity that this map has to offer, but it is kind of difficult when you are trying to at least move around the map without being caught because there's just so many different areas that these players could be holding out from. Well, Oof Esports continues on with the chase, not allowing the rest of Inner Circle to get a free pass. So, Naki, his vehicle's already smoking up. This might just be a very difficult area for him to shake off his opponents as he's trying his level best, and this one's about to blow. So, Naki has got to consider, does he ditch this vehicle or not?
Okay, he's still taking that Bristol. Oh, okay, he decided to ditch that vehicle. Now he will be on foot, but at least he's on the other side of the mountain. So he'll be clear of the crosshair of Aaron. Oh, but the counter fire!
Oh.
Wow, that's a beautiful one there. Aaron immediately knocked back down. And Alpha Gaming moves in to secure another elimination point for themselves. It's going to be point number 4, Lewis from Kara out.
Yeah, the rest of Kara right now, stranded by the very corner. They're having pretty much the same idea to cut right over onto the northeast quarters, but it was a great hole, of course, coming out of the side of Alpha Gaming to deny that form of rotation, and they continuously do so. You can see that they've already spotted each other out. Just by the corners of the containers, they probably will want to take a fight up close and personal. CORS, so far, prepping up those grenades, expecting the rest of APG to charge over onto the solar panel grounds. As they're already prepping up ahead, they've managed to spot out 3 members, and Zyle arrives a little later to the scene, but Marcel's getting absolutely exposed as Rufus pushes through.
Oh, and Doc is now individually dominating with 3 elimination points for himself. While GEEKAY in a fight with the players of Oath elsewhere. And now APG, they will secure this compound for themselves, and the player from Kara will need to leave this area, find somewhere else, and hopefully be able to pick up his other teammates again and bring them back. Nobody's in this compound, so Alpha Gaming, well, I guess they're just being extra cautious there.
True enough, and as we continue on with the rest of the teams, it's Inner Circle right now, bagging a total of 7 points already. As we did expect them to, of course, play with a lot of all these grand ideas. We saw them coming with those cheeky setups, and right now, the priority is going to be the zone. BOARS Gaming, so far, in a great position, as they do have another 2 players to be set over onto the far end corner with this 2-2 split for the moment. Oof, however, still journeying their way inside of blue, as they are hoping to take the fight over onto GOAT Esports.
Oh, and here comes the frontal fight. And catch. Trying to catch his target. Kevin behind the rock. Gunned down by Solus. Looks like Oof Esports had them surrounded. And there's more within the smoke though, but the smoke still protecting the players of GEEKAY. But Catch is gonna focus on saving his teammate, but before that, oh, he saw the moving vehicle, he got one more to go, behind the shackle right now, but who shot him? Who shot the last player? Okay, it's Solus that got it.
Well, they got the perfect coverage, and they absolutely obliterate the rest of GEEKAY. Not much can be done in those kind of form of situation, but you can see plenty of teams also swerving in towards the direction. It is not pretty much the safest place for Oak to be at the moment because ETSH, they got them pretty much cornered by the edge of the zone.
And there's more coming as ETSH is on the hunt right now. They're moving up north. It so happened there's another team there. They're taking the slow approach. But as GS Esports, they move in, they bump into another team, and looks like this will be another potential fight here as they try to take over this compound for the hands of Inner Circle. Door open. On the left side, he sees his target, moves into the rest of K, and immediately gets a knock onto Noki.
Well, swift maneuvers coming out of the side of SO77, just like that. Just needed one tap to seal the scores, and Naki was trying his level best to really hold out. Right now, GS so far have also caught up in the form of points. Oof, however, have been able to stash well by going for fights after fights after fights, but right now, Oof Esports only left with one member remaining, while Rufus is currently stuck, surrounded by the GOATs, Vic as well as Twigs, trying to slowly dissect this situation up against Rufus. That's one player that you do not want to disrespect by just charging directly out in the open. But of course, GOAT so far looking very calm, very calculated on their approach. Whereas some shots are being fired towards that direction from another corner. Twisted Minds are also having a couple of members around as they do strike Vic down with a beautiful headshot.
And looking at the elimination feed, looks like MADBULLS is in a fight of their own. It's ARCred, but RA trying to defend their ground. Teams coming in from the left side. ETSH will be their next target. And here comes the fight head on. Dancing around looking for their main target, and from the side, it will be Prestige finishing off the final player. And that's going to be R8 dominating with 5 eliminations.
Oh, so far looking great on how they really close out those close-quarter combat. Meanwhile, ARCred now having Heartboy stopping Falcon on his tracks. He was trying to push right through, but there's just not enough space for them to work with. Now left with T24 as they try to play right underneath the bridge. One member up against the many of the MADBULLS, as it doesn't seem like there is much of a wiggle room for him to try to play this one out perfectly. T24 could still go in for the pickup as Naki is currently limping closest towards his direction. ARCred holding down as he might be able to spot everyone's friendly neighborhood spot in that. Well, just minds having lured by the edges of Lohuasin. Where he spotted out the positioning coming out of APG. While GOAT having Twigs to try to pull right through. He knows very well that there is one member hiding right beneath the rock. But not much that can be done for the moment other than for him to hold out, as there is still further flow coming in from the other corner. Some emergency covers have already been called for Doc to hold on for the meantime.
But from afar, Virtus.pro dealing the pain, stealing away elimination points, and because of that, they're now dominating with 5. Go team! However, they have to fight their way through APG. Alpha Gaming opening up the flank onto them as well, making it even harder for them to punch through. Now it's going to be GEN.G and Virtus.pro. Here we go.
Battling for the power of the high grounds. And there we go. Nade's now connecting over inside of Dami. Diana might be able to actually turn something out in there. The gate over on back as well. Trying to hold out, but he's only having barely enough cover through the vehicle. And there we go. Alita once more strikes them down.
And there goes Virtus.pro being the king of this. Kind of like a hill. With my lawyer on top of it, that is. GEN.G eliminated number 11 without any elimination points, and the fight will continue on elsewhere. Inner Circle becomes the next team to be eliminated, but they still go out with 8 elimination points. That is not too bad.
Yeah, not too shabby after all. This is the kind of rounds that you really want to maximize those elimination points, and they've been able to do so. And I think less than 3 is, a rough round in Rondo, but we can see majority of all these teams have been able to at least come up with some big records of their own. The highest being Ulf, still with 12 elimination points. Now up close and personal once more. Just out, wow! Responded so swiftly, as they will have Vika trying to hold it out, and it will still be a lot of back and forth coming in from side of Virtus.pro, going on a rampage, and now they back a total of 11 points.
11 eliminations already for Virtus.pro, and they can reset as a full team. Looking pretty solid now. And the next team they might need to block out is going to be R8, as R8 will take their time to reset for now. As for Twisted Minds on the other side of the circle, looks like they have a GOAT to deal with. GOAT, they managed to punch through. They are currently by the edge of the circle, but they're going to rotate the other way. They don't want to be stuck within all those teams.
And take a look at Malloy's position as well. He gets that bird's eye view. Slowly withering down the vehicle of Mori for the moment. There's not many angles that he could actually find covers away from that hill. Whereas Lord, circling around for the meantime, he does know for a fact that some members of GOAT Esports is still lying in wait. And he's just bringing out the explosive bow to try to work her out to Lika, who's currently being surrounded. And that grenade should be able to settle the scores, but it lops a little too far of a stretch. Somehow he still stays afloat, but not for too long. Lord will be able to settle this one pretty much cleanly with those Molotovs also being thrown in. So now it backs 5 more points for the side of Twisted Minds for the moment as we reach our top 4 situation. Twisted Minds still pretty much healthy and alive, while Virtus Pro have been able to get this perfect vantage point, and they need to defend it to the best of their ability. And it's Malloy once again now bringing it to 13.
Wow, 13 eliminations now for Virtus Pro, and they can still bring in more with the fact that they have a full team. Now coming back onto Twisted Mind, Gold is still right in front of them. Break doing the scouting work, trying to identify where the location of the players of Gold are at, but Gold have decided to leave the southern area. They're shifting their attention towards the left side of the circle, but that's where they will meet the powerhouse Virtus Pro now.
It's so interesting that, you know, the top 4 of day 1, they all bow out, and that leaves plenty of all these opportunity for the rest to absolutely take over for the meantime. Virtus Pro right now has the best chances. You take a look at the mini-map right now. They not only have the high ground terrains, the zone is also pretty much in their favor for the current point of time. We'll see where it does shift further out. BOARS so far taking one of the very few compounds still left within the zone. So they're definitely having a defensive front for the meantime. Twisted Minds has to kind of pull through a lot of all these open terrain. So it is going to be a little difficult for them to maneuver if it does close anywhere around the center field. So it's going to be Spider-Man now being left all alone. Not too sure if there's going to be much that they could actually pull out from. But hey, any improvement from the standings would be great for them to climb. Speaking of climbing, okay. That's some anti-gravity drive up the hillside as Virtus Pro, once again, wants to dominate over onto the course of this hilly terrains.
Yeah, welcome to PUBG Mobile Physics, ladies and gentlemen. It's a common sight. I mean, we've seen that for a few years now, but it still amazes me, frankly speaking. Well, that's still a good spot to be in if you gotta think about it. It's within the circle, you have the vantage point across all these teams that are around them, and if they still get stage number 6 circle at the high ground, it's gonna be chef's kiss for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, overall, they just really have to wait for the rest of the teams to show themselves. But for the moment, everyone is just taking cover because they know for a fact that a lot of all these space is going to be pretty tough to play out. Whereas Diana now spots out the rest of BOARS. Hiding within the north portion of the field, we've spotted out BOARS taking one of the few compounds left available. So Diana won't be having an easy time to go in for those pickoffs for the meantime. Malloy just have so much time to just reposition himself, and perhaps he could just take that vehicle, book an alternate spot for the moment. Varanik, though, just by the edges from the south, hoping to draw an exchange, but not much being called from the side of Virtus Pro because they're already happy with their location. They're just waiting for stage 7 to appear to see how would they actually play this one out. Well, this time around, just getting the vehicles unstuck, so they'll be seeing how would they actually figure out the way to score themselves the first chicken dinner of the day. Lino, so far, pretty much got the rest of BOARS Esports surrounded, so I really want to see how BOARS plays this out till the tail end.
Yeah, and how they're going to overcome like Virtus Pro with a high ground advantage. But now, Twisted Mind, they're going to just rush in on the Spider-Man. But Spider-Man had his spider senses tingling, and he was ready for it. Gets that knock immediately, and now he will lock in the elimination point onto Lord.
Wow, just beautiful work. And at the very same time, like he's playing such a cheeky angle that some of the players at least suspect it to be a player camping out around the corner. So MADBULLS so far having to trust the old Spire that to just really hold it out. But his vehicle is about to be blown up. So it is rather daunting, but at least there's a McLaren park right in front of him that he could put to good use later on. Vernick also scaling up the hillside to try to take up a challenge up against the rest of Virtus Pro. 2 versus 4, not going to be an easy task. The nades are now being sent towards the direction of Vernick, but not quite hitting the mark just yet. Vika's going to be a little bit more respectful, giving way for them to actually take out this space because Virtus Pro knows very well that eventually this high ground is going to be unplayable. So they will just move over onto different locations instead.
Yep, and I don't know, is it just me or is it overall?
I think it's overall, my guy. So.
all right. But last we see a lot of these teams are already in the circle, and the Go team is challenging Virtus Pro. So it will be interesting to see how they're going to overcome Virtus Pro because last we checked as well, like Virtus Pro had one player at the very peak of the mountain. So he will have all the information, he will have the vantage point. So it might not be easy for Go team to overcome Virtus Pro in this kind of sticky situation.
Not at all. And going back into ARCred, they're just hovering around the further end of the northeastern corner of the map. And that is going to be rather difficult to really go up against Virtus Pro, who's got those elevated grounds once more. Twisted Minds, though, playing it very, very cautiously. Only Freak as well as Wash left over onto the far end. Does have the smoke to cover up for the meantime. Whereas Diana goes in for the restock, found himself a crate. We'll see what he does stash up though. I mean, the P90 will be absolutely helpful to just secure themselves around. A very methodical top 4 that we're seeing coming here from the finalist view. As the rest of Go Esports definitely does have the firepower to match up against the rest of the field. The Virtus Pro right now is the one with the highest amount of points. So these teams are looking to beat VP to the punch. The zone now closest towards the direction of Twisted Minds. 2 players up against plenty of them. So I really want to see how does Freak hold out in this position.
Oh, as Kraken is coming in and Freak takes a lot of damage and Kraken is being unleashed onto Freak. And now we hem down the rest of Twisted Mind. We need to win the fight against Go Team before they're able to save their teammate. But Twix will be down. Same goes for Kraken as well. And looks like Go Team, now they're falling apart. All their players taken out and they're quite far away from each other.
Oh boy. Down but not out yet though. See that they're still limping up ahead. Wash considering to go in for a revive, but it's going to be a little bit too late as Bat Boy closes the equation on them. And right now we're only left with 3 more teams. Twisted Mind still has Wash still intact. Thurm, however, knows that he's just around the corner. We'll be waiting for his opportunity. He can actually take a wide swing, but he's absolutely concerned about the rest of Virtus Pro. But Chorus is not going to wait any longer. Just drives right across, and he should be able to settle this in an instant. But instead, a drop shot coming true as there is an attempt to go in for that full exchange. And now Virtus Pro is looking to secure the very first chicken dinner here on day 2.
And looking pretty good. But then again, the fight's not over yet. And here comes the spray from the other side. Ali gets 1 knock, evening up the score, or at least the manpower to 3v3. But the counter came in onto Ali. Ali is currently down. Diana down with the nade as well. Looks like these 2 teams still exchanging fights. And now Virtus Pro, Malloy and Vika, they have to do it for the team to lock in the chicken dinner. But their opponent also has 2 active players, so it's still kind of fair and square now.
Yeah, you can say that it is pretty much salvageable for the moment. ARCred now gets the revive true. A 3 versus 3 scenario where the rest of Virtus Pro is playing through the high grounds once again. But this split formation is definitely gonna be a little bit tough for the rest of Virtus Pro to slowly navigate. And in those kind of final fights like this, usually it's the ones coming from the lower ground that does absolutely benefit. Vika now being caught out once more. Quick revives being pulled into place, and Malloy is going to be the final member remaining, and ARCred then looking to close up this fight. Malloy does not have enough time to go in for the revive.
Oh, and here comes the finishing blow, and ARCred, they managed to overcome the odds, taking out the Giants Virtus Pro for the first chicken dinner today.
Beautiful stuff now, heading into the very final moment. And at first glance, you will think that for this pro, they'll be able to perform up ahead, but instead, the rest of ARCred, they've been able to go in for a little bit of that reset after catching out one player from the outskirts, taking down Twisted Minds, and after that, they just played it so perfectly. Every single glance over on the hillside leaves the rest of Virtus Pro exposed, where they went in for that split formation, and ARCred, they absolutely stole the show. They also did secure plenty full of elimination points to book out of this match, to also match up to the speed of what Virtus Pro delivers.
Yeah, frankly, I would have thought that Virtus Pro got it in the bag as well, because they were on fire. They got like what, 17 eliminations or something? Basically, it's a big number, and you would think that, oh, okay, these guys, they're on the roll right now. They're feeling it. They have that mood. But it was at the end, they denied away by ARCred. And congratulations to ARCred as well. This is their first chicken dinner for this season. So we have not got a repeat yet.
Yeah, and this is how stacked the lobby is at the moment. ARCred right now, of course, defying our predictions out there. I mean, we're never really good at predictions anyways, but ARCred so far looking super impressive, and it's such a fantastic run for them to kick off their day 2 action. So once we're settled with Rondo, we'll go back into our classic Erangels as well as Miramar later on. But with such a fantastic result, I think that they're absolutely having plenty of momentum to work out the upcoming matches.
Oh yeah, this is well, at least a good start for ARCred. But for this tournament that we're having here, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So they must be able to keep up the pace for not only phase 1, but also phase 2. Now, before we go on to more of the point stats that we'll be waiting for later, these are the teams to watch here. ARCred with the chicken dinner, and then we have obviously Virtus Pro, second place, but they brought in a lot of eliminations together with them. And then we have Twisted Minds as well as Oath. Now, out of all these teams, what interests me is the fact that Oath is in the top 4, but they only have a full squad time of 10 minutes, 21 seconds.
Yeah, they were very explosive in the early span of round. They were just going fights after fights after fights, where they stashed about, what, 12 points within less than 10 minutes. So definitely that was just super impressive. And then when we take a look at the hit-to-hit record, damage output is bested by Virtus Pro, but in the form of the final circle, we've definitely seen that ARCred definitely played it out perfectly, having just about enough cover. And of course, knockouts almost close enough. Virtus Pro has been able to best it by only 1 point, and Vika was absolutely taking everybody down in that past round with a total of 1,096 damage throughout the round of Rondo.
Wow, 9 eliminations just by himself? It's only 1 shot away from 10. My goodness. I believe this is the highest individual elimination number that we have seen so far. But of course, to be fair, it's only like 2 days. But 9 as an individual is definitely up there. And of course, what kind of helped him is also the fact that we played inside of Rondo with the whole recall feature and all that. Now, besides Vika, we also have other players here that have shown a great performance, including the other 2 players from ARCred as well, Bad Boy as well as Hard Boy with 6 eliminations each. And we also have IQ here from Inner Circle with 7 eliminations by himself. So he is here among the other players from ARCred that scored the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I definitely think that in the circle they have all these grand early game ideas out there. They did manage to achieve decent positioning as well to close off this round, but it doesn't seem like they've been able to farm those big numbers towards the tail end, where Virtus Pro, ARCred, Twisted Minds, they were the big victors of this round. And you did mention of Esports, you know, they didn't manage to get any phone placements, but those 12 points definitely came in very handy. At least we're seeing a vast majority of all these teams securing plentiful points, despite Nuclear Zone, Car Esports, ETSH, GEEKAY to also maybe at least reap 1 point. The rest will still have to try to keep up to the pace of all the action. We've got a total of 98 total eliminations here. A whopping number for the likes of many, but this is Rondo after all, because we got all these recall towers that allows them to keep fighting in the span of the early match. So we'll have to get used to all these big charts on what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's the Rondo effect, right? And that will only be for Rondo. When we come back next into ERANGEL, then it's going to be all normality, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have an update here on our overall rankings. ARCred, after scoring, oh, it's their second chicken dinner, by the way. They scored one yesterday. I almost forgot about that. Now with 2 chicken dinners on the board, they are at second place right now, and they are right behind Gold Team by 11 points. So the gap is not that big. Followed by Virtus Pro with a 23-point haul. They're at number 3 right now with 61 points. They're only 15 points behind the top team, so it's still catchable. Flipping over to page number 2, well, for GEN.G yesterday, they didn't play. So to be fair to them, it's their first round. They're getting started in the lobby. They're still warming up.
Fair enough, and I believe that there's still a lot for GEN.G to figure things out. Whereas at least there's going to be a little bit of an improvement for the side of REG as well, moving 1 spot ahead. Whereas there's still many more rounds to play out for today with another 4 maps available. So we'll have to see, will they be able to, you know, secure maybe back-to-back chicken dinners to just propel themselves up ahead. So we'll take a little bit of short break and we'll bring you even more chicken dinners to come here in the Ruthless Regional Showdown. Welcome back from the break as you're tuning in to the Ruthless Regional Showdown. And what an epic fight that was back in Rondo, as we saw both ARCred as well as VP go head-to-head, with ARCred now securing themselves their second chicken dinner as they're going to propel up ahead through the standings. Sir Cloud, we're now moving back into our classic old wrangle for 2 rounds in a row. So we'll definitely see a change of pace on how these teams slowly dissect these upcoming matches. So with that being said, though, do you think that it's going to be any form of a back-to-back win for the side of ARCred now that they've got a crazy momentum that they've been able to get coming out of that first round of Rondo?
Oh, they've already scored a chicken dinner yesterday, and if we were to base on these stats showing the top ERANGEL performers, GOAT team is at number 1, but we also have ARCred here. So maybe like what you said, they can do a back-to-back. They are proven based on the stats to be one of the top ERANGEL performers, followed by GEEKAY Esports as well as OOF here as well. Definitely going to be tough competition for ARCred if they were to be able to score the second one, because if we look at the stats for GOAT team, every single stat that we can see here on screen, it all favors them.
And overall, I definitely think that they have definitely found, the right balance of the formula to, farm those big numbers throughout the mid game, and also having great priority towards the end game. They're definitely the hot favorites here for this upcoming round. But I want to hear from you, like what exactly is your thoughts on who's going to be taking another chicken dinner cheer to kickstart our runs in ERANGEL?
I'll try and go for someone a little bit different. Someone, let's see here. Okay,
Well,
I'll lock in a Virtus Pro. Let's go.
I definitely do have Virtus Pro in my mind, but I do like how of Esports, they were just not backing down from fights, and I'm going for them despite them not really showing the highest of positioning numbers out there, but they are big fraggers on the board. So of Esports it is for me.
Okay, the big fraggers, yeah. They brought in
ULF
12. Yeah. They brought in 12 without placement points, which is still very good if you kind of think about it as well. So yeah, that's a solid pick. And production is going for the top team. The team that is being favored by all the stats that we can think of. The best performing ERANGEL team, of course, GOAT team. Solid pick as well, no doubt. I mean, the stats don't lie. They are performing. So let's see if they can score their second chicken dinner as well in this tournament.
Yeah, and we're definitely looking forward to your predictions as well. So make sure you guys drop it in the chat right now. And who knows, they might be able to walk away with another one. I think, my first vote, Inner Circle, they definitely pull off a really great heist, bagging plenty of all these elimination points. But I think they are on similar notion as OOF Esports overall, because they are just prioritizing on all these takedowns rather than positioning, and by the time that they tried to pull into the zone, they got caught out. So when you play in ERANGEL, there's a lot more space, unless if we do get an island ending, then I guess I might have actually predicted wrongly in that sense. But eventually, a lot of all these teams, I mean, they spend so many years playing on this specific location, so it shouldn't be too difficult for them to actually figure out where some of the best spots are. So we'll have to actually see how this one plays out, because back in day one, probably you might see certain contests for certain spots. So have they already settled the disputes already, Sir Cloud? I've got no idea, so I'm just ready to find out.
Yeah, no idea as well, because one thing is that yesterday, throughout the entire day, we played with 16 teams. Today, we're including GEN.G, we're including Regnum Karya Esports, so it's a total of 18 teams. So definitely it's going to be a interesting start, I would say. Because if you have 18 teams, then the probability of teams meeting each other for whichever spot that they prefer will be high. To the best of my memory, yesterday we've seen early fights in Pachinki. That's one. and also in military base. So those two spots could be a hotspot for this round.
Yeah, that's rather interesting is we usually don't get to see too much of those kind of commitments coming into military base, but of course, if it's going to be an island ending, you really got to fight for those spots once more. So we'll have to see if the hot drops will once again fall true as we will now get ourselves jet set and ready for game 2 of day 2, but this is going to be match 7 out of the first phase of the regional showdown. So this time around, we're going to be having this flight path coming in from the far western corner of the map to be headed directly into the northeastern corners of GEN.G. So plenty of areas to play out. I do believe that a lot of all these teams will be looking towards the central zones in cities like Rozhok or even Pochinki. So that fight might still commence once more in the middle portion of the map.
Yeah, with this kind of flight path especially. So there's a high chance that we'll see fights in the middle portion of the map at the very beginning. We'll keep an eye on that one. I noticed that a lot of teams also heading towards the northern side around the area of Jogopol. We have at least 3 overlapping teams. Now, whether they go all the way up to Sarki and they split themselves up, we need to wait and see. But as of now, it does look like there's a probability we might see a fight in perhaps North Jogopol.
Yeah, very likely not you will see some of all these teams to be at least holding out in those kind of locations, and there's just plenty of all these apartments for them to loot from, so I won't be far too surprised to see maybe even potentially 3 teams to be moving towards that direction. ETSH, however, won't be contested in South Saturday. That's great news for them. Meanwhile, Snap Pollyanna might just be flocked with a number of crowd. We'll have to keep our eyes on that for the meantime. Meanwhile, MADBULLS having a very interesting drop. You can see Spider-Man by the edge of Gaka, whereas 2 other members are inside the boatyard town overall. And Twisted Minds now goes up against their usual nemesis. It's going to be Falcons that will be sharing that location in Pochinki once again.
Yep, the early fight, like what we kind of expected before this round started. But who will come out on top between Falcons and Twisted Minds? Now, Falcon, they ended the campaign in Rondo very early. They were the first team to be eliminated, so 0 points for Falcons. This has to be a comeback round for them. But looks like the elimination fee will start off somewhere else. And it's going to be Amir with the first blood onto Arthur.
Hori starting off strong out there. Just now, backstab for first point as they've been wrapping around the edges, trying to fight for that vehicle. They've been able to actually get their hands on it. So just 1 casualty for the moment. Won't be expecting too much of a bloodbath unless Falcons as well as Twisted Minds want to have a go at it. GS now relocates while we have majority of the western corner Pochinki fielded by the members of Falcons playing the center. And they're also having a flank setup coming with Swifty, just sneakily approaching from the southern corner. So Twisted Minds, they have to be absolutely careful on where they turn towards. And any further they go, they should be able to hear some movements coming out of Red Docks. And there we go, Swifty now. He's already spotted Freak by the edges. Some shots now being traded back and forth. Naki is the one that goes down between this duel up against GEN.G. And they're not going to let them off all too easily. IQ now to try to take charge. Don't think they spotted him out yet, so this might work in the favor of IQ.
But GEN.G, they're pushing it. But they don't seem to have an idea where IQ is like, oh, okay, they found him. And they came for Dami. And IQ will be eliminated. That leaves in the circle with only 2 players left. T24 proning underneath the grass or just behind the sledge. And Artful is getting closer and closer right now. I wonder if he knows. He probably doesn't know. Okay, here comes. But T24 surrounded by the players of GEN.G. Immediately eliminated. Not able to get a single knock. Palak is out as well. Looks like in the circle because the first team to be eliminated this time.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough for them to actually navigate around this fight because they're just so scattered in the corners of the port. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds absolutely obliterated Falcons in one full swing. Just like that, just overwhelms the Falcons as they reclaim Pochinki for themselves, and in such a clean manner as well, not even having a drop of bullet being sent perfectly their way. So perhaps that dispute may still happen in the upcoming round. I mean, there's still one more round of Wrangle to go for them to continuously fight on. Twisted Minds now happy with the outcome. They can finally move into some different territories, whereas BOARS have been playing very carefully. They spot out the rest of ARCred just swinging by. They don't want more part of the scuffle, so they will just go ahead to wrap it closer towards the northern region.
And a lot more fights happening across the map. ARCred might lose a player, one player down. We don't see a follow-up yet. And down on screen we have them. BOARS Gaming with Snoix putting pressure onto the other side. Looks like both teams, they want to fight for territory around this bridge area. As EXO will take the time to heal up. It should be okay. He does have a monster truck to give him enough protection. We switch over our attention to MADBULLS. Now against the new kids on the block, Regnum Karya Esports.
Regnum Karya will have to happily scale their way up this hillside with a 2-2 split going on, so that actually allows some of all the members of MADBULLS to really hold firm, whereas BOARS have been putting on a chokehold up against the rest of these members of ARCred. We saw they were trying to go for a rotation, and just by doing so, they were split apart. Right now, BOARS closes in, only one member remaining, and it's all down to Bad Boy as they go from 0 to 0.
Whoa.
Just like that, that nade was cooked to a T. Havlika will be able to secure 4 points back-to-back for the side of BOARS.
From 0 to 0, like what you said. Unfortunately, eliminated early this time. No elimination points at all. Now we'll focus on to the remaining teams. Circle up north, Severny, we have ETSH together with another team that seems to be interested to go towards that area. But we'll check back on them later because right now it's going to be Regnum Karya Esports against MADBULLS.
They've been hovering around this area for quite some time now. The rest of MADBULLS have decided to leave their compound just to scout their surroundings. They want to see whether if there's going to be any form of the trajectory that the rest of Regnum Karya might be able to flank from, but they are currently holding on a blind spot out of harm's way for now. They're just hoping to share a little bit of that space to get alongside with the rest of MADBULLS, and by doing so, they do actually have a portion of the control to whoever wants to move towards the side of shooting range. And it's a really genius spot if you think about it, because if this zone's going to close up all the way into the shooting range eventually, then you might expect teams to be rotating towards that area, and that blind spot could help the rest of RG massively.
And in Severny, ETSH, well, though they lost one player, but then again, nobody's going to challenge them for Severny for now, that is. But that result might change depending on where the circle will go. We'll find it out in about 5 more seconds. A lot of teams now heading towards the northern side anyway, giving them early access into Severny if the circle goes there. But the circle shifted away from Severny, goes to a shooting range instead. So whoever who's at the high ground shooting range right now, MADBULLS, Regnum Karya Esports, they're the best position for now.
Yeah, they're in such a good spot. That being pretty much the direct center, and then you do have quite the flock of crowd who have yet to reach the center coming in from the south side. So the players coming in from the rows up will have to take things nice and easy, whereas Regnum Karya right now wants to claim a little bit more of the spots, but Lemon's not going to allow it. Shredding a couple of tires for the meantime as Wolf now gets stranded all alone. Silence puts himself a little too far ahead, and that's just going to be an easy response. Meanwhile, the rest of RG tries to bite back. RIT having one member being struck down by Twisted Minds as they go on a dominating spree.
Ooh, but another fight's happening as well, though. We have BOARS Gaming, who I believe maybe eliminated Virtus Pro, or at least took out a few players of Virtus Pro. But we'll check back on that later, because right now our focus is on the Twisted Minds against R8. And Twisted Minds coming into the compound, crashing onto R8. R8 now tries to fight back, and then we got washed down on the ground. But R8 only down to the last player. Mr. Mori now will need to defend his ground against Lord. Lord comes in onto the second floor, sprays with SOK, and Twisted Minds. They followed up, and R8 eliminated.
Wow. What a firm hole coming from inside of Twisted Minds. I mean, they infiltrated very swiftly so. And the rest of R8, they did not know where exactly to really get a firm grasp of this coming push because they were all boxed inside of the compound. Meanwhile, we still have a battle commencing by the corners of school with the Blues already shifting in. Stage 2, absolutely tankable, but they don't want to be there for far too long. That grenade catches the final member of BOARS, as the BOARS will only walk away with a couple of eliminations. I think 5 is not too shabby after all. They will be able to upkeep their position, but we'll have to see what Kara and the rest of the pack will do later on.
But they're not really doing much now, even though the Blue is on top of them. Twixie does have one first aid together with 8 bandages, so he can still kind of tank this one. It is only stage number 2, but if it moves to stage 3 and subsequently stage 4, then I'm not sure if we will have enough healing utilities to tank the Blue. Or at least for Lewis, he does have a good amount of them. But now, on screen, beautiful spray by Twix. And that's going to be Kara losing a player.
Wow. Pixel perfect shots connecting out there. And it's still going to be a tough situation by the edge of school because Ulf Esports is also holding by the sector of Rozak. Well, what I really do like about certain teams is that they are very calm by not really rotating all too much. And I've been spotting out GS, who's been around North George for a long time. And by doing so, they've been able to at least have pretty much a secluded sector for themselves to work in their favor. Meanwhile, the rest of Go Esports tries to move into an alternate location, already having himself set to move into the zone. But Go, they're traveling further and further away from the crosshair of Lewis. Gotta be A-okay for the meantime. Go looking a little worse for wear, already losing out those 2 players like you mentioned early on. So for them to back maximum points, it's going to be a little tough to do. Not impossible, however, in this match.
Oh, here comes the rushing here by Twisted Minds, circling around, gathering information. But now they know the 2 players of Rectum Carrier Esports, they're back up again. Are they going to continue to push? Well, I guess because they're all in the circle, so they can kind of hold their space for now. Might as well don't take that risk because we're still at 13 teams. If any of these teams gets eliminated at this point, it's going to be 0 placement points for them.
Yeah, I think that the rest of these teams are also eyeing out on this garage. So Rectum Carrier really wants to at least stamp their ground, expecting more teams to be moving towards their direction. MADBULLS sent Lion out for a little bit of a scouting. Perhaps they might be able to spot out some movements coming out from Twisted Minds since they do have a couple of players to be on the outskirts. Whereas GEN.G made some firm advancements, and now Freak have been able to actually spot that out. That member of GEN.G decides not to actually take the tower just yet. So it's just a very, very cautious approach that we're witnessing. Twisted Minds so far, 8 points already. I felt like maybe I should have actually changed my predictions a little bit to, you know, follow with the trends, and it seems like the rest of GS have been able to have 1 player dashing towards their direction, and RZ, they will lose 1.
Oh, but Lemon here with an nade across, and his nade will land nicely on the Ragnarok. Beautifully executed, and that's going to be the opening for MADBULLS, the second nade of the Nezet by Tulika this time. On MADBULLS, they really know how to play with their nades, and now they only need to deal with 1 more player behind the tree. But they have to make it quick because more teams are coming in.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, they're going to be looking to chime in as well. They cannot take this fight for far too long. Big name snap is extended from the side of Kevin, and it does actually deplete. Spider-Man from the back as Diana arrives to the scene.
Oh, man. Look at the circle, Contra. Oh, man. That's a river in between this two islands in this circle. This is going to be an insane finish here. Now it's going to be an insane finish as well for Virtus Pro as they drive by, taking out a player of GEEKAY. But Vika unfortunately naded his own self or his own teammate, and now he has to do the pickup.
And it shouldn't be too much of a commotion for Virtus Pro. At the very least, they won out that trade. But ever since they've heard all that ruckus, GOAT Esports might actually check things out. But GOAT says, you know what? We gotta start prioritizing that zone. Meanwhile, MADBULLS are making a dash right into the bridges to take on this fight, to continue on the assault up against GEEKAY. And they will settle the scores, going in for that dominating spree. 5 points secured for MADBULLS.
Look at this, that small island. Okay, that small island is still in the circle, but it doesn't mean that the circle will go there because we still have a couple of more stages to go. But look at the circle, it's so tight. Teams will need to fight for territory. You can expect more fights to happen. On the elimination feed, APG will lose a player, leaving them with only 3. And now we have OF Esports right now with Joel right in front of him, but Joel not going to show himself that easy.
It's a very, very daunting task to be playing around, even beneath the bridges. It is a great idea for them to play defensively once they are around that south side. Meanwhile, over the northern portion of the map, they're going to have to battle for whatever space that's being left as well. Fajita now strikes down Amir on member out from the side of GS. Both Esports still making a dash for it. Nuclear zone, however, trying to for ETSH. Earlier being scouted out by the rest of GEN.G as they were going back and forth. The rest of Nuclear Zone gotta really fight for that space because you can take a look over on the north point. There's GS Esports holding them back, so they're just sandwiched in between and they are not in the clear just yet. So Nuclear Zone, they're forced to take this fight. Now the push goes through and Esso bring back down to 50%, but he's got them all pretty much surrounded by the bottom edge of the area. And then Fajita looking to push right across. He does go. Trading 1 for 1, but Krona has been able to at least bring it all the way back. There's still fear coming right across, so Jafar is looking to actually close up this fight. He just needs to actually land one tap with his shotgun shells right across. So he's going to be in this 1 versus 1. There's still another member of GS not being spotted out just yet. So Krona, he's got to be so careful on this situation.
Jafar managed to heal up again, so now Jafar can take that shot. That was enough for Jafar to counter back. Heal just in time, but can he heal again in time? Oh no. Wait, is he still in the game? Okay, I guess he managed to heal.
Oh boy, it is just so rowdy in this situation. It isn't helping at all with barely no space inside the zone. Virtus Pro goes out early, 11th position with only 3 points. I mean, who would have fought them in this current zone where there's just not much of a space left for them to play it out? And once more, it is Twisted Minds as well as REG that does secure the best spots possible. The only 2 compound that is being left to play in the end of the zone. So we'll have to see what does the rest of the pack actually make out of the situation. He spots out Twigs. Can he actually land the blow? He's waiting for the right moment to call.
Oh, it's such a clear shot now. Lemon's really taking his time. He's not in a hurry. He wants to make the shot happen. 3-4 times. Scope spray. Failed to land enough headshots to take down Twigs, and now Twigs managed to get behind the rock, and he's still okay, but not for long as the vehicle blown up right in front of his face by Lemon, and Twigs will go down now. Vic will need to save him.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Vic to even crawl his way without getting caught, so he has to deploy some smokes for that emergency cover for the meantime. Lewis, however, spots out the rest of GEN.G as they are playing by the edges of ruins. Tries to take a fight up against the entirety of the squad. Dami now being spotted out at the very same time. Power Esports now really has to full send it right across the river. So it is going to be a lot of footwork for them to cover those grounds. Whereas Gen.G, while they go on that reset, they're also losing on a lot of time. And even if they don't have those vehicles, they just got to make a swim right across. While doing so, Dami spots out Lewis, takes him down. Gen.G finally secures those 5 points in the bag. Dami's been on fire for the entire evening so far.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Can't wait to see like how many eliminations will he get by the end. But Go Team, the number 1 team has been eliminated, but same goes for the other teams below them. So the number 1 spot might be unshaken unless if Twisted Mind can bring in a lot of eliminations. But I don't think they'll have enough numbers on the battleground for them to overtake Go Team just yet. But at least if they're able to like close the gap, it will be good enough for them in this round. Anyway, for Gen.G right now, 5 elimination points. They're going to come in from the left side of the circle. The next target is going to be Twisted Mind.
Twisted Mind's just playing very defensively. That's going to be a very tough one to crack. Meanwhile, 1 member spotted out, and it's going to be Ulf. That will send out the Lions instead. So the journey goes on. 7 more teams remaining. Gen.G, at least they were left with this space to play by the river. So there's not going to be much of a threat coming in from Twisted Minds because they're playing so defensively. Same could be said about the side of Regnum Kaya as well. I mean, we've seen them from the start of the match to be holding on to these locations, and they're never going to be a budging out of this kind of location. I'm starting to lose track of how I move my tongue as well. Don't mind me for a little bit. Regnum Kaya has only got so little angles to work with. That's the problem about playing inside of this garage. And with those limited angles, they need to do their absolute best to defend their ground. So we'll see whether if Ulf or MADBULLS will be pushing into those quarters. And Ulf, they're just opting to take the high ground. They don't really want to risk it just yet.
Man, Ragnar Kaya must be thinking to themselves that if only we have a full team. Because the circle is on top of them, it would give them a big advantage to lock in the chicken dinner, but they have to make do with the 2 players that they have now. Oh well, it is what it is, and it is part of the competition for them to overcome these sort of odds. They had the circle, no full squad. Let's see how will they do this one. I wonder if they still get stage number 7 though. We'll find that out in about 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, meanwhile, Aaron, he spots that member of Gen.G lurking around, decides to be trigger discipline for the moment. Nathan also grouping up with the rest of Gen.G for the moment. Ulf Esports so far being really smart about their options. I mean, playing that high ground, they can also spot out the rest of these teams coming from the other side of the ridge. So there is some exchange going through, and it's going to be Jafar one more time. I mean, you saw how difficult it was for him to pull through from that far western corner map, and still he holds firm. Does tag those members of Ulf, but it's not quite enough to take them down just yet. These 6 teams, they got plenty of time to work with. 1 minute and a half before that zone closes through. And wow, just within a split second, Artful gets the tag.
That was a work of art. Literally. But that means that another point secured by Gen.G. But that also means that he exposed his position to Aaron right now. And Aaron's trying to pin him down. The good news for him is that he's in the circle. So as long as he doesn't get knocked, he will still be fine. But stage 7 will be upon us soon in about 1 more minute. So I wonder how he's going to get out of that sticky situation with the fact that his position is now compromised.
Yeah, it is rather difficult for the rest of Gen.G, but so long as they play by the riverbank, it's pretty much a-okay for them to be able to hold out for the meantime. I mean, REG isn't exactly a threat at the current point in time. The only concern they do have is up against Twisted Minds, who's super stacked up. I mean, they've already gotten so many elimination points on top of this. With esports, they just gotta really check out the best time to really strike. They spotted out those members of Regnum Karya already. It's just that it's a tough one to really flush the position of the garage. Whereas MADBULLS, they've been very silent throughout the span of the moment.
Yeah, they've been keeping it chill since they only have 2 players. So it's natural for them to play a bit more passive. But they can't right now because the circle shrank only towards 2 teams, Twisted Minds and Regnum Karya Esports. Now this is the time where we can expect teams who want to take over either this garage or the compound that's being held by Twisted Minds. So that means that these 2 teams, they need to be prepared on their own side for incoming teams onto them. And we can see GEN.G still scouting out the best entry point onto where Twisted Minds is at. But it's not going to be that easy though, because there's a lot of open space in front of them that Twisted Minds can shoot them down before they're even able to reach the compound.
Yeah, you also have to consider that there are MADBULLS holding over on to the far south. So if GEN.G really wants to rush, they might even be caught up by MADBULLS first and foremost before even reaching towards Twisted Minds. If GEN.G does have any form of grenades left, they should be able to at least crack this case open. But I felt like their resources have been depleted for the slight bit because they have a couple of engagement by the far corner of Ruins early on. And speaking of grenades, that's one being sent out from the side of Twisted Minds. And now it's a call for push as ULF goes in to charge towards Regnum Karya Esports.
Ooh, and so far so good. Playing as a duo, they're able to defend their garage. And unfortunately for their opponent, only left with 1 player. It's going to be really difficult right now. While at the same time, Oof eliminated. Okay, 6 elimination points at double 5. But now here comes GEN.G. They're creating their smoke bridge and they're trying to infiltrate the building where Twisted Mind is at.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth exchanges. Those grenades does tack over onto again as well as Artful. And it's a perfect one lobbed towards the side of Lord that does open up that space. And the rest of GEN.G now feeling confident with the push, but they're putting up a defensive nade and it counts as 2. A perfect read from Twisted Minds. And now they put them on a dent.
Oh, beautifully executed. 1 more to go on the other side. And they will get him. And that is Twisted Minds. Defended their ground against GEN.G. We switch over now to Regnum Karya Esports with MADBULLS coming in. Playing as a duo, we have Lemon here cooking up his nade. Trying to find the best angle possible against the final player of Regnum Karya Esports. Loxy, and the nade will be sent across. And there's a 3-pointer there. Regnum Karya Esports eliminated.
That was pixel perfect. Like you said, perfect trajectory, perfect calculations, but now the odds stack up against them. 3 players versus 2. Twisted Minds, they've been holding out from that far corner of the box compound. Now, all that's left to do is to single out those targets. Only 2 from the side of MADBULLS, but they've been playing it to perfection. If there's going to be any vehicles for Twisted Minds to swiftly cut their way across, it will be absolutely helpful for them to close off this match. But for now, Lemon now gets to draw in a little bit of that space as he pulls back over onto the far south once more. YDO, we'll have to see if he's going to be able to at least deplete any form of vision coming in from the side of MADBULLS. Toka is going to be on the front line of engagement, so perhaps he might be able to spot the movements of the rest of Twisted Minds.
And look at the circle. It favors the garage where MADBULLS that pressures on the Twisted Minds. The duo for MADBULLS will need to do it to lock in this chicken dinner. And if they do, it's going to be their second chicken dinner. They scored one yesterday inside Rondo. Now they want to try to dominate ERANGEL. But Twisted Minds, they do have 3 players. They managed to get into the circle at least. Now their next mission is to try to breach through. They're creating the smoke bridge. And this is where MADBULLS will need to be prepared.
MADBULLS, so far, having such a great composure throughout the span of the round. And Overall, Twisted Minds are slowly losing a little bit of that priority of space. And now that they expended so many of their smiths, they're running low on resources. Lord now spotted out. Polka have been peppering him throughout the entire span of the fight. And right now, dancing in the middle, there's just no space left whatsoever. MADBULLS looks to eventually close this one out, but they have yet to spot out Freak. And now he's got to clutch this situation.
Oh, and you mentioned about clutch. And looks like MADBULLS was the one to clutch it at the very end to lock in the chicken dinner. Chicken dinner number 2 for MADBULLS.
And that's also a perfect tenor for them to close out that round. The call to play it safe, play it slowly and steadily have worked out perfectly for MADBULLS as they saw the fight broke out between Ulf as well as Rectum Car Esports, and they know that it was perfect time for them to also get involved in that fight. And once they've settled that, you saw how they slowly dissected it up against Twisted Minds to secure this big W by the end of the ERANGEL.
And MADBULLS, they had to win the fight against Rectum Car Esports before coming in here into the final stage, final circle, and finally locking in the chicken dinner for themselves. So that fight was crucial for them, and they won that one nicely with a beautiful nade at the very end of that fight against the Rectum Carrier Esports for them to take over the garage area. So great work by MADBULLS. They showed skill, grit, and also style in this chicken dinner.
Indeed, they did. And overall, I think like Toka have definitely held such a key position in that fight as well by just getting some cover out of that vehicle. And I would also say that Twisted Minds, they have ideas of their own. You saw Lord was trying to open up that space, but it was kind of difficult for him to be able to gain an advantage through those angles that he's working from that far corner. But Lemon as well as Tuka, they really brought it all the way to the tail end, and it was just fantastic to watch.
Yep, and good numbers as well by MADBULLS. We gotta think about it. Pretty healthy. Now, how much will this bring them up into the overall charts? That's something for us to read out later on when our officials tabulate the scores for our top teams to watch. Interesting enough, none of the overall rankings top teams are here in our teams to watch it. So this shows how tough this lobby is. Like, it feels like anybody can be the number one by the end of the tournament.
Truly, I mean, overall, I think like Twisted Minds, they have been having two fantastic rounds back to back. They will be able to catch up now that they secure a second spot. But GEN.G, you know, they were alongside with Rectum Karya. They were diving into the fray for this evening, and now that they secure top 3 and top 4 respectively, I think that they definitely will be giving everybody else a run for the money. That being said though, now we go head to head as the damage numbers were immense coming out of Twisted Minds with a total 2.2k being offered throughout. And of course, they were involved in so many numbers of those fights. Naturally, they will have more knockouts at the very same time.
And the one that had the best game this round is the representatives of Twisted Mind. For you those, okay, too many letters there blended together. Okay, maybe I want to give a try there, Contra.
Ados? Is that how we actually pronounce it? If I assume,
that's about right.
Yeah, if the 4 is an A, that is. I mean, it could be for Widos for all you know. But of course, that being said, he's been working in tandem with Lord in order to be the top performer of the round until they were put to sleep by the rest of the MADBULLS. I mean, they just got trampled by the tail end of it.
Okay, I'll take Ados. Yeah, that sounds pretty legit there. Of course, his teammate Lord is up here as well. So 7 and 6 eliminations respectively. And then we have 2 players representing MADBULL here as well, with Lemon here leading the chart. But overall, it's a team effort by MADBULL, and because of that, they scored 21 points in this round, followed by Twisted Minds with the most eliminations, 14 to be exact, bringing them a total of 20 points this time. And then we have Regnum Carrier Esports with 9, but before that, GEN.G Esports with 10. But we have 4 teams without points this round. R8 Esports, ARCred, who just came off a chicken dinner, Team FALCONS, another 0-point round for them, and Inner Circle this time with a 0.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Inner Circle this time didn't manage to get much done. ARCred also, you saw that early rotation away from Yasnaya have costed them dearly. Whereas FALCONS, you saw what went on inside of Pachinki. They did manage to put up a decent fight, to say the very least, and that was just Twisted Minds going on an absolute rally from that point onwards. This time around, we see a total of 70 total limbs to get alongside with plenty of healing, because a lot of these teams were spending a majority of the time soaking in the damage coming in from the blue zone to try to navigate a very difficult zone. We saw at one point, it might just end up in between, you know, that tiny little island through the highways, and thankfully it didn't happen. And right now, GOAT still remains to be on top of the podium for the moment, but Twisted Minds, they've already gained 2 spots up as they advance into the 4th position with a total of 61 points.
Yeah, a lot of movers here. Of course, it's only day number 2, so that's naturally what will happen. On page number 2, however, unfortunately for RA, they moved down 2 notches. They are currently at number 17. GEN.G is below them by only 1 point, so will be very realistic for GEN.G to push down R8 by the next round if R8 goes out with a 0-point round again. As for Regnum Carrier Esports, a decent round for them, bringing them up to number 15. And to be fair to them, they are playing their debut game here today. So by bringing in 13 points in 2 games, I guess that's kind of okay for Regnum Carrier Esports. Plus, they are getting a feel of the lobby. So we might see a bigger performance by a team like Regnum Carrier Esports coming up in the next round. But speaking about the next round, we will be heading into ERANGEL. But before that, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Step into the ring.
We're down with 2 games, and MADBULLS just came off a chicken dinner. But the fight in ERANGEL is not over yet. We have one more ERANGEL to go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ruthless Regional Showdown. My name is Cloud together with Contra, and we will be heading on to our next match in ERANGEL before we swap over the map.
That's right, and so far it's been very, very interesting on how things played out, where all these teams were just trying to navigate around a very difficult zone up towards the northern portion of the map, and it was MADBULLS that came out ahead despite having the odds stacked up against them, as Twisted Minds were on a rally. And we'll see if we're going to be having pretty much a similar notion. Maybe this time, if it goes further down south, we might get to see a little bit more of that action in the Synopsis come to the third base. And because of that zone, you can see that the kind of shift that teams will have to really take. GOAT still remains to be the top performers in this specific map, whereas GEN.G, they are also stacking up a little bit of that rhythm back in that previous round, securing themselves a top 3 finish. So we have to really check out, can they do a little bit more as GEN.G? This is their first outing, and they're already getting themselves pretty much into a very healthy notion. So perhaps they might even take this round.
Well, let's see who will take this round. Okay. This is predictions from the previous round, so I guess we're gonna do some new ones. Let's see here. I think, who's interested? Okay, let's bring up for me. Okay, I'm sure we get the graphics soon. Okay, Regnum Kara Esports. Let's go.
Ooh, really spicy choices out there. Now, I'm gonna have a little bit of a hot take right now, right? So last round it was Twisted Minds, scoring top 2, and I think they still score a mass majority of points. So what happens if they got taken out early, right? So we'll have to see if the Falcons can actually bounce back from that kind of deficit. So I'm not too sure. Maybe this can actually play out to their favor. It's a long shot, but I'm going to shoot it anyway. So Team Falcons. Just for the fun of it.
Okay, who knows, right? Who knows? You never know. Yep, but they must win their Pachinki fight. That's going to be their first condition. Well, production is going for the powerhouse Alpha Gaming as their pick. Okay, interesting pick as well. I mean, Alpha Gaming with that sort of lineup, you can always expect them to perform. So, solid pick as well.
Yeah, I really do like it. And the reason why I wanted to highlight Falcons is that round was very costly for them because of losing out of that scuffle very early. They could have actually potentially climbed into the top 10, but because they've been shut out, then now they got to go for a very different approach, whether if you want to be more explosive in the battle or you really want to just give away Pachinki entirely. But if they do so, where would they go is going to be the next big question as well, because in that span around, not many teams were opting to pick areas like GEEKAY or even somewhere over the south side of Quarry. So maybe these are just some of these notable areas that they can actually feel for themselves. But of course, enough of all these discussions, as we just want to see the action all unfold before our very eyes here in the Ruthless Regional Showdown.
And here we go. This is going to be the last ERANGEL for tonight before we swap over the map into Miramar. Flight path is going to be very different this time. We're going to start off from the north all the way down to the south. And our usual hotspots, Pachinki, and also mid to the base, the teams will be able to drop directly. So perhaps we might see still early fights in that area. Now, while we're waiting for the players to drop, looking over at some of the top stats here, looks like the players of ARCred, they're starting to take over our top stats.
Yeah, I think they've shown to be really formidable fighters, and in the early battle round, they're already actively searching for those elimination points. So pretty much going to be the similar stats that they will be taking into this final map of ERANGEL for tonight. And now that we don't really have that journey into the far stretch of the West, so if teams are looking for alternative drops, we're very likely to see teams moving into areas like Milta Power, Lipaka, and also Milta Farm. These are just ample of options for them to really book it out. And now that we do get the access into the North Norway as well as Moscow base, we're already seeing some action. As you mentioned, ARCred, they've been really showing up. They are once more assigned into another battle of their own. This time, Ruth, the first one to be knocked down as they take on Ulf Esports.
Well, they have to show up again inside of school. So far, so good with the first elimination for themselves, and they're able to pick up their teammate. So they will be back as a full team. While for Earth, they're quite scattered around the area of school with one player inside the school apartment. And that's going to be Solus. And ARCred, they know that he's at one of these buildings. But in the fight of Pachinki, we have Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. And Team Falcons, they might lose Swifty.
Oh boy. Slowly bleeding out. He's just holding him hostage for now. Lord just needs to pull off this very cheeky angle and Cloax. He's just understanding for the fact that those angles are going to be very dangerous, so he's going to take his sweet time for now, but that eventually causes his own demise as he enters through the front gate. Now, the tides have turned. Twisted Minds, they lose one.
Okay. Wash tries to fight back. And here comes the final player of Team Falcons. Eliminated. Well, at least Team Falcons, they scored one elimination point. But still, they need to do a lot better in the Miramar match later.
Not doing so good for my Copium prediction, though. But overall, Alpha Gaming, prediction of production, having it perfectly read there by Zyle. As he's hiding from the crates as Ruthless now goes for a push. 2 knocks so far being claimed on this current 2v2 scuffle. He does land that instant pop of the sun. Not really actually too much, but Ruthless gets caught out. Very deep angles held there by the player of GS, and now it's only down to Top. Can Top find the ones to actually cost dead? And now down to that 1v1 duel between him as well as Esso.
Oh man, this is production's prediction here. Alpha Gaming, he has to pull off a big clutch with Top now down to only 20% of health. And he's being charged in. A bit of a standoff here, but surely his opponent knows that he hit that shot, and the second shot is all he needs to finish off Top. Alpha Gaming becomes the second team to be eliminated.
I just love how GS just knows how to play it in such a steady form. You saw like he was just holding down the angles, forcing Ruthless to try to Top to actually try to pull something in return, but he's running out of bullets and he could not afford to really have that area to hold up because he was just a sitting duck if he just allows GS to push through eventually. So that was just beautifully executed from the side of GS. Now they get to go in for the pickup, having a few more players still intact at the very least. But it definitely was a huge dent of a blow caused by the side of APG. And unfortunately, they walk with nothing in return.
Yeah, 0-point round for them. And with the fact that GS won that one, so they are really close right now in overtaking Alpha Gaming in the overall charts. Just a few points behind them. As for the other areas, so far it's quite harmonious, I would say. But this circle is definitely not a harmonious circle. Last we checked, the circle had like this river in between. It almost feels like the same circle like before. It's just that this time it's on the Jogopu side. Now on screen, from the prediction of the both of you, now it's mine. Regnum Karya Esports. But will this fight happen? Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case.
Doesn't seem so. I mean, it's a very difficult area to flush out Regnum Karya Esports, so BOARS will have to wait for a little while longer, perhaps catch them off of rotation if they were to reposition once again. It is pretty much a similar kind of rotation that BOARS Gaming actually pulled out back in the previous round as well, so they're very well familiar on how to handle these kind of situations. And ever since that they've crashed out somewhere throughout the midfield, I felt like they would play a little bit more cautiously as compared to what they've shown as part of this by taking on some of the members out of ARCred, the last I recall. And now Inner Circle has another chance. Last round, they walk away with no points whatsoever. They absolutely can do so much better than that. And now that with them getting that firm access through the Fair Pure, they can just go ahead, scatter around over onto the swamp areas on the far western plains, and they should be able to get their hands onto Georgia Pole later on. So we'll have to see if they really want to once again assign themselves into battle, because the last time round they were fighting inside Fair Pure and they just got absolutely corralled by the other team. So in their circle, they're just taking it slowly, one step at a time for our final map of Erangel.
Yeah, I guess they needed to find a mojo again. Before the last round, they were in the podium spot and they had a decent chance of overtaking a Gold team, but because the last round they went out 0, so obviously they weren't able to take over a Gold team. So now it's more of them trying to find back their mojo. If they want to take this round a little bit more chill, try to get back their focus, it's absolutely fine for them. But for Gen.G, can't take it slow now. It's time for them to move into the circle from Fairy Pier. We don't see any other team that could potentially challenge them, maybe except in the circle who's waiting at this high ground just above Fairy Pier.
Gen.G, they have really shown that they've been able to handle some of all the tough situations in the late game. Now to get there is going to be a different kind of equation that they will have to solve, though. Still plenty of time for these teams to figure things out at the very least. As for Inner Circle, they're only taking small little chip damages coming in from the blue zone for the meantime. They're not the only one so far, because if we take a look at the mini map right now, GEEKAY, GS, as well as Nuclear, they're coming in from the far territories and they will have to make that wide wrap. And it looks like it's almost similar, like what you mentioned, but this time it does get a little bit more of a coverage into the mainland instead. Georgia Pole is absolutely playable if they really want to at least hold out in the case where they catch out rotations. But for most part, these teams, they want to secure themselves those high ground just above North George.
Well, I haven't heard that name in PUBG Mobile Esports for quite a while now. Thanks for bringing back the memories.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I got confused for a little bit because, you know, like we got so many different kind of initials for these teams coming from different regions that we usually cover. I'm like, yeah, that's a little bit of throwback.
Yeah, and the names can be quite overlapping, at least the initials, that is. But what overlapped Gold team is one of the players of Inner Circle, and they managed to take that one out, leaving Inner Circle with 3 players now, but at least they can still stay away from the fight and focus on to getting into the circle instead.
Indeed. Well, Goat holds on firm for the meantime. They have to deploy a few smokes, and they opted to ditch that buggy since it's been shredded for a little bit. Gen.G is having a very interesting approach. I mean, a very scattered one at that, with Nathan just getting caught out over onto the far edges. Well, I say Nathan, it's actually Satan. I mean, I remember this player from many years ago, even when I casted PMCO. I mean, he is one of the OG players who are still up and running here throughout the MENA region as well as Europe. So it's great to see him still showing his best form to play out in some of all these winners lobby, I would say. Some of the finest across the 2 regions that we are witnessing. As MADBULLS, they're actually taking over the crash site very early on. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of teams to play crash site early because, like, you will expect a lot of teams to be moving towards the location. But if you could be more aggressive than the rest of the field, then it can actually pay off very, very well. And I want to see whether if Regnum Karya can be able to eventually put up a strong challenge up against the MADBULLS.
Yeah, so far, no indication yet. But the indicator that we get on our elimination feed is GEEKAY. Now in the fight with ETSH. Fight for Suverny, but Suverny is by the edge of the circle, so there's a high chance that Suverny will not be in it. But anyway, a fight's a fight, and this will be the opportunity to collect those elimination points. But the circle, this looks familiar. It's almost like the previous circle, where we still have this high ground area. Just this time it's slightly up north, where we already have like a good amount of teams already in it.
Yeah, I think that these teams are having a little bit of deja vu. Well, of course, this allows them another chance to be able to score huge now that there's something familiar. It's not ultra foreign of experienced GEEKAY now. Goes on the push, spots out those members of ETSH. A little bit of a distance created from the side of Baby, but he is dangerously low as he tries to scour around for any form of meds inside of 70 for the moment. Ragnarok now going deep into the city to try to spot out more of these ETSH members as Kevin gives chase, and he finally gets a great vantage point for him to look for that pickoff. The shred not quite enough. He has to go in for the reload eventually as that scar does not really fully hit the mark, but it definitely was BOARS to be able to capitalize with Havlikta. Just getting himself that perfect opportunity with them being preoccupied on that approach.
And the fight will continue on though. BOARS Gaming now playing almost the gatekeeping role against these players. But while all this is happening, Doki got taken out by the zone. Looks like in the circle, at least one of the players spent too much time on the outside. Unfortunately, will be out. That leaves the inner circle with only 2 players left. But the good news for them is that they're no longer bathing in the blue. On the south, we have Kara here against RA.
Kara Esports now wants to pick up the fight, but it's just going to be a little bit of a bait and switch. You can see that the rest of Kara has been deeply positioned by the hillside. CO7 just tries to draw a little bit of that exchange. They will be able to formulate an approach of their own, but right now it's going to be 2 members stacked up against the rest of Kara. And it's going to be very dangerous for Carlos to actually move back into regrouping with the rest of his team. Neutral zone, however, have just arrived at the scene of shooting range, and it's been MADBULLS that's been holding on that crash site for a very long time. And speaking of which, they've been able to strike down 1 member out of GEEKAY. It's Nerzat already off the list. Wolf only left with 1 member for the moment, while GS goes dominating as they take on GEN.G.
And with the high ground, GEN.G has the advantage. And they also have the advantage of the circle playing for the inner side. Somehow, again is able to find that spot, find an angle to get the knock, and looks like GEN.G, they have the advantage, but Dedicate Artful needs to be saved. Looks like the game will go in for him, while Dami will take care of the off angle. Artful is still bleeding out though, but again, he's really taking his time to pick up his teammate.
Yeah, they do know that there is the rest of GS just pretty much hunkered down inside of the compound, so it seems like there is just no rush for to pick up until it's going to be a very dire situation. They're just worried that if they were to go in for a rescue, then perhaps that allows them to push right through. They do not want to allow that to happen, but the nades are falling very closely. Perhaps the time is now for him to go in for a pickup before they eventually have all of them bleed out.
And there you go. GEN.G is still in a pretty strong position if you ask me. But now, 1v1 with a high guard advantage is going to be Dami. And Dami, look at the damage with his UMP. And that's going to be enough for him to finish off GS. And GEN.G will reset as a duo.
Yeah, poor Artful has been waiting for a long time for a pickup. That didn't happen, and now the rest of GEN.G will have to work with only 2 units available. Meanwhile, BOARS, they're farming big numbers, while the rest of Go Esports peppers down the rest of these teams who are inside of the shack. And here comes the full charge. The rest of the Ghosts takes on Amori. swiftly, but he's been shredding out a few of these members at the very same time. With the arrival of CEO7, they will be able to at least close out 2 in a row, and that's the first 2 points that ARCred secures.
And Varanik got gunned down, but his teammates are there to protect him. They can still reset, not going to be a problem. Kara looking for the right angle. Varanik is behind the tree though. It should be okay for now. Plus, they still have the circle, so they can kind of take their time. Obviously, we can expect more action at the northern side, but we're going to focus on the R8 right now, trying to get Kara. And Kara's on the other side. The terrain is not really helping the angle. One player of BOARS is currently down though. And Hablik is the one down earlier on, eliminated by ARCred.
Yeah, the rest of BOARS really got themselves into a meat grinder as the rest of ARCred has been able to close it upon them. Now that is going to be a difficult area to play out because they're on the lower ground. Meanwhile, the rest of Ruthless Pro has secured the other side of the hill, and this is going to be a very powerful position for them to really play this one out. ARCred now goes in for a reset, already 7 points, and just like that, another pin coming in from Diana to cause a dent. Diana barely surviving. He could not afford to stay for far too long as well. Vika holding the other side is, of course, this time hit up against 2 members of the Bears. For this pro, unrelenting as they are looking to shred them down to pieces, bring them down to size. Core still holding on, but how much longer can he hold out?
This nade by Diana will surely lock in the elimination point. He doesn't want it to be denied away by the zone, and that should be enough damage for them to collect that point. But now Diana has to get away. His Vika smoking out, but shut down from behind. And there goes Virtus Pro in this round, eliminated.
They got absolutely overwhelmed. Multiple directions being shot right towards them. And this time around, the hills are open for the taking. We can see R8 right now. I mean, the rest of RG just trying to actually find something in return. Kara now bombarded with Amori. Now, having Lewis limping out. This is going to be the cue to call for the side of Amori to try to once again push through. He's got no nades left whatsoever, but of course his teammates will come into the rescue. Kara, so far, have been battling for the longest time up against R8, but they could not really find all too much of these exchanges going back in their favor. Posa right now in the front line. The nade! Does it connect?
Oh.
So close.
Yeah, it's close. It did connect, but not fully though. Splash damage will put Posa's health down to 60%. And now another attempt here, but that's going to be a smoke grenade. Oh, that smoke grenade is created so that it becomes a distraction. They can push onto Kara, but Kara falls back.
Oh boy. Little tags down being sent out. As the rest of Kara looking to just disengage, but the rest of R8 is just piling in with the pressure. Not really allowing them to move too far ahead. I mean, the zone is within inches for them to reach out, so they're the ones zoning out R8.
And Marcel, unfortunately, currently down. And that will be an opening for R8. All the way onto Posa that's behind the tree. Prestige will move in. That's the information set. Comes in from behind, and it's going to be a straightforward elimination. But then again, Prestige takes a lot of damage. He was almost defeated there, but he managed to land the final blow first. Now leaving us with 5 teams left.
Lemon now silking the brunt of the damage. Dami is just looking to pop that vehicle off. As GEN.G, they're hunkering down, and you can see the prowess of this team when they battle inside of ERANGEL, as they are now once again in another top 5 situation. Dami now having his vehicle smoked up as well, and he's got to really find a optimal space for him to work it out up against the Bulls.
Oh, stage 5, and we're down to 5 teams. Looks like this round truly blew up at some point. And the team that has a full squad, MADBULLS, based on the numbers, they have the best chance of scoring the chicken dinner. But it will depend on what happens here in this fight. They are all the way up north. GEN.G in front of them, but GEN.G won't be interested to continue on this fight. They will move away. On the elimination feed, Looks like another player of RA just got taken out.
Oh, ARCred now still in the running, as we're going to see whether they will be able to at least pull a little bit more points, because they've only got very little members. As a matter of fact, only a low ranger in the form of Hard Boy. He's going to make life difficult, but GEN.G says, nope, that's the end of the run for you. Ladies and gents, we got ourselves our top three right now. MADBULLS, Karya, as well as ARCred is going to be out there to fight out for this chicken dinner. Could it be a back-to-back win for the MADBULLS?
Ooh, but Karya is the only team that has the circle right now. But MADBULLS, they have a full team. I'm pretty sure they're feeling confident right now of locking in the chicken dinner. They're taking their time to scout around just to make sure that if they engage in this fight, there will not be another third party, and now they will move in. Mori now surrounded by the players of MADBULLS, and Mori immediately taken out just like that.
Wow. Very swift response, and Talika so far has been looking ever so sharp. Even in that first round, it was one of the players to be holding out in order to score out the chicken dinner, and might be able to do so once again. And we have Wild 77K just hunkering down inside the compound, and I don't think this is going to be the best call, but it is a better call than to be running out in the open fields. MADBULLS now will have to find a way to infiltrate, and that's just plenty of time for them to try to at least gather their resources from all these fallen players of the field. Spider-Man now can just relay this information back towards the team, and they don't really have to rush it though. Plenty of time left. I mean, it's 6 overall, so unless they just want to wrap it up real quick, they could just opt to send all the 4 members to charge right through.
And that's a molly just to try to flush out the 2 players of Karya. But Karya unshaken still. And here comes Pusher, literally pushing him from the other side. And Zero comes out. They want to deal with that 1 player, and they will with the nade. Beautifully tossed by Wild. And now Pusher is down. And currently he's being held hostage.
Oh boy. And that's the reason why you don't really want to rush into this compound, because if you were to go in one after another, you can absolutely be isolated, and Karya Esports is playing it out just like how they should. But when is it going to be the call for MADBULLS to either go into retreat pusher or just absolutely overwhelm them with the sure numbers? Doesn't seem like they have gotten that kind of level of confidence to do so just yet. And for now, Karya, I believe they've already spotted Melon over onto the outskirts as well, so they will be expecting him to be dive bombing his way through. Another problem that MADBULLS have is that not every member has vehicles, so maybe that's the reason why they're taking things steadily.
Ooh, that's a really good point. Okay, we do see a vehicle. Lemon is going to move in on the Pusher. And it looks like Pusher might be able to be saved. And that means that MADBULLS, they will be back as a full team. And they can try again to try to push him. Maybe with the numbers that they have, they can move in from multiple angles into the compound. And that will be very difficult for Karya Esports to defend.
It definitely will be difficult, but while he's also pushing out, trying to look for some opportunities, the problem is his level 1 hit gear is already being trended off. So 1 good bullet straight to the dome might just see Wall to be on the floor already. MADBULLS just ensuring that they do find those angles. A couple of attacks exchanged between him as well as Wolf. As Talika is going to be a single out. It's going to be singling out these targets. They're playing in the isolated form, so I really do wonder, does this actually pay off for the side of Karya now that they're pretty much working as individuals at this standard point?
And Karya, they don't have to circle. The pressure's onto them right now. MADBULLS will come in. Z-Wolf, very low on health in a critical situation, and all they need to do is surround him and finish up the job. MADBULLS chicken dinner back to back.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised with the push out of the compound. They thought that, hey, with the smokes that they popped off, perhaps it's going to be a very cheeky maneuver for Wild to close it out. But MADBULLS they were not going to be giving any form of that free space. So they once again celebrate with another chicken dinner in the bag.
Wow, another chicken dinner? I wonder, will this be enough for them to overtake the #1 spot? We need to look at the scores later on. But what a round it is for MADBULLS, and it's a perfect round for them. They didn't give away any of their points to any other team. Now, specifically for this round, they scored 9 elimination points, so 19 points for MADBULLS. Ooh, I don't know, is it enough though? If it's not enough, then at least it's very close to the top now.
Yeah, I think that it's great for them to, you know, maintain the order at the very least. But MADBULLS so far, they are showing some great signs of life and just sure dominance throughout ERANGEL. So once we do shift over onto Miramar, I wonder, does this actually translate well? Because more often than not, by then, a lot of all the other teams who are proficient in that very state map might be able to do much more. But so far, MADBULLS, they convinced me that they are indeed one of the best teams here in the field.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. MADBULLS could be the team to beat now with this sort of record. I can't wait to see the overall scores later on. But they are definitely showing that they are a formidable force. So far, the chicken dinners that MADBULLS has gotten is in Rondo and now obviously the both ERANGELs. They only need to complete a chicken dinner in Miramar and they would have the full cycle.
Yeah, that is just pretty incredible of what they've been able to accomplish within 2 days of action. So other than MADBULLS, I think ARCred definitely have shown up really strong in this round. In the previous round, they were taken out rather early on, so definitely a big recovery round for the side of ARCred. Whereas your prediction almost bear fruit with the side of Regnum Karya making it into another top 2 finish.
Yeah, it's still a fairly consistent performance by Regnum Karya Esports. You kind of think about it. Although, yeah, I would have liked them to score the chicken dinner for obvious reasons. But then again, a consistent performance by Regnum Karya Esports. Another decent round for them. Second place finish, this time with 5, well, not 5 eliminations, but that's 5 knockouts. We need to look at the eliminations later on, but it's still a decent round for Regnum Karya Esports. But the thing is that the 2 rounds that they've got a second place finish, they ended with 2 players. So if only they can find a way to maintain the full squad, they could probably score the chicken dinner. Now, before we look into the other scores, we gotta give it to the MVP of the match, Tulika, this time with 5 eliminations.
Yeah, Tulika so far have always been super proactive on his approach, and you saw that he's also been able to really strike players down, whether if it's close quarter combat or even mid-distance. He's been super efficient so far, despite, you know, I would say he could definitely pop a little bit more of those utilities to really get things going. Only 2 utils being used in this match, not like he really fully needs it. I mean, he's got the most elims in the top performance lobby. The runner-up will be Hardboy, where we saw he was just fending off teams after teams until he has to tap out. But it's been impressive so far coming in from Hardboy. And also Wild Boys, I mean, Wild's approach, pushing out to try to score more for Regnum Karya Esports.
Okay, so I also want to see. Okay, Regnum Karya Esports, 12 points in total. So that's not bad as well, considering that they are consistently at ending the round at second place. ARCred, 14 points. We have R8 Esports with a significant improvement this round, 10 points, and GEN.G with 10 points. On the other end, we have 4 teams not able to collect points in this round. OP Esports, ETSH Esports, and that includes Inner Circle as well. Well, tough round for Inner Circle, but I guess there are more games to go for them to make the comeback.
True enough, and of course, this time around, we only see a total of 64 eliminations, just like a usual 16-team setup. But what's impressed me is the sure accuracy that these players are really turning up with. 17 total headshots, and the longest shot possible was 251 meters, done by Vic from GOAT team. So overall, GOAT, they still remain at the top, but the gap has been closed up by the side of ARCred, where they need only 3 more points to tie the knots for the moment. Well, MADBULLS, it's been their chicken dinner, like you said, as they're already climbing up the list to challenge the top 2.
Yeah, they're 10 points behind a GOAT team right now, so they're very, very close to the top. Flipping over to page number 2, we have a lot of movers here as well. ETSH, unfortunately now is the number 18 team with 12 points, and Nuclear and number 17 with 18 points. We do have a few positive movers here. GEN.G moving up, we have ARCred moving up as well as Rectum, Karya Esports, currently at number 14. So they're slowly rising up to at least page number 1. It'll be interesting to see if they can be in page number 1 by the end of the day, because we have 2 more rounds to go, ladies and gentlemen. But we're done with ERANGEL. After this, when we're back from the break, it's going to be MIRAMAR. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys after this one.
Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring.
Welcome back once again to the Ruthless Regional Showdown, brought to you by Ruthless Hype Esports. My name's Contra, alongside Sir Cloud. We're going to be moving into match number 9 as we finally move into the dusty dunes of Miramar. But so far, it has been back-to-back wins for MADBULLS to conquer the entirety of ERANGEL 2 rounds in a row.
And they're having a mad performance now. Yesterday it was RONDO for MADBULLS, and now both ERANGELs is theirs. Will they score the one in Miramar after this? Well, if they do, then they will have completed the entire cycle. But our top Miramar performers, as of now, Inner Circle, followed by Virtus Pro, and then we have Kara and Alpha Gaming. So no MADBULLS here in sight, but that doesn't mean that they can't score the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I definitely think that there's just ample opportunities out there. Now that MADBULLS is on a streak, they will also be looking for a very strong performance moving into this round. So we'll have to check out what they could potentially get out of this current circumstance. Now, I'm going to be going with the prediction of Virtus Pro. I mean, missed out on a couple of chances to vote for them. So since that they've been hot performers in Miramar, I think like it should be a safe call for me at the very least.
Okay, and I want to see MADBULLS completing the circle. So let's bring on MADBULLS chicken dinner in Miramar, complete the set. This is the round for them. And if they do, obviously, it's 3 in a row for MADBULLS.
Yeah, and I would absolutely love to see that. Now it's production's turn. We'll have to see. I mean, there were some really good calls coming from production. I mean, majority of it being, you know, the top teams over the list. And, of course, is going to be moving for Inner Circle. So, Inner Circle, they've had, you know, 0 points back in round the first ERANGEL. And then things just improve for them to also be within the top 5 of that map itself. So, we'll have to see, you know, them being in a very comfortable state. Usually they do play around the northern region very, very well. And if that's going to be the kind of zone that favors them, very often than not, Inner Circle, they can easily just close out those kind of fights. So we'll just actually see what does it offer when we move into the first round of Miramar, because it is always going to be very difficult in Miramar with all these teams needing to adjust to maybe a little bit more of a long, drawn-out fight with all these vast terrains that they will have to scale through.
Yeah, though they have been having a bit of an off day today, if you ask me, but that doesn't mean that they cannot make a big comeback in the next round, right? So in the circle, let's see what they can pull off of this. Or maybe they've been waiting for like, okay, we don't really feel like playing the ERANGEL matches. We don't really feel like playing the RONDO match. Bring on Miramar and we'll be able to show our stuff. So let's see if they'll be able to do it. Because as of now, in this lobby, we have not even completed day number 2, right? So in order for us to find kind of like a pattern, we probably don't have enough yet. Because it might change. Like yesterday, it was a Go team all the way. But today, Go team, yeah, they have been collecting points, but not as explosive as yesterday. And that's why now the gap between Go team and the 2nd and 3rd place team is kind of thin right now. So, well, we don't know what sort of Go team might show up in the following round. Maybe they might feel challenged with the fact that, there are teams hot behind them, trying to chase them down. So we might see the best of Go team in the next round.
Yeah, I think like the only big round that they do have was back in the very first round of RONDO. They did manage to score quite a lot of elimination points, but they haven't been all too present in ERANGEL. Perhaps this is where they shake off the rust and get themselves pretty much guns blazing as we dive right into our first Miramar match of the evening.
And it is Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. The first of 2 Miramars today. The second last map before we end day number 2. At the fly path this time, we'll be on the left side. And we will end on the right side on top of Puerto Paraiso. So some of the hot spots like San Martin is even still reachable based on this fly path. And of course, Picado is one of the other hot spots. But we are starting to see like a couple of teams jumping off early. We might see a fight inside of El Pozo maybe.
Yeah, perhaps so. I'm also expecting perhaps locations like Los Leones as well as Chumacera to be some hot spots as well. So we'll definitely want to keep our eyes peeled for any form of action that we might be able to witness in the moment of the Stage 1 contest. And of course, it's going to be Alpha Gaming that will be the ones that will be able to claim Chumacera for their own. So no contest on that spot. But you're absolutely right about El Pozo. We have Twisted Minds floating towards that direction. Are they challenging Team Falcons again? I really do wonder, because they've always been just sticking around each other's area. And now, hopefully to settle scores once again, Virtus Pro now securing themselves a couple of all these itemizations in order to take on Nuclear Zone. And NCZ, they haven't had a hot run throughout the past couple rounds. And they're starting things strong. Say My Name now goes in for the full blow. And they are going pretty much big on the exchanges.
Yeah, around the area of Valadimar, and looks like Virtus Pro doing so far so good. Though they have 2 players down, but they can still be saved. But in order for them to do that, they have to deal with the incoming Nuclear Zone. Arthur here together with his teammate Fajita. Oh, but the fight between Twisted Minds and Falcons is happening at the same time, and it looks like Twisted Minds are winning this fight, and Team Falcons, again, another early exit for them.
Yeah, it really feels like this rivalry will continue on for as long as it should. Stick a Grenade not really hitting the mark. Fajita now needing to deal with this situation alone. As we can see, Arthur was stuck over onto the top end of the field. And Say My Name goes in for a Hail Mary play. A 1-for-1 exchange as Arthur right now swinging his UMP. Not really hitting the mark. And now brings in the Micro Uzi to play as well. For a reload. And he's looking for the optimal angle. He does get the response. And now you can see how low those VP members are. They desperately need to at least heal up before they take on Arthur.
Arthur needs to do the same as well, but he only has bandages. So he will utilize all of them for sure. And it's still going to fight with Ragdam Karya Esports, it seems. Wonderful fights happening across the map now. Oh, Malloy is pretty low. He does not have any healing utilities. But checking out inside of Picado, Ragdam Karya Esports, now with only 1 player left, Mr. Wild against Inner Circle.
Oh boy, pressure now piling on them once again. Arthur with that UMP is just so lethal, especially with them just being 1 hit away from being taken out the list. He's dancing around, swing comes right through Malloy, he heals up, but can he actually find the mark? Have yet to pick it up, but finally, with 2 members pointed out the door, they will be able to finally close out that fight as Virtus Pro gets to lick their wounds.
Back onto Picado. In the circle, they have a huge advantage because Ragdam Karya only 1 player left. While MADBULLS, our star team here for today, looks like they'll be playing the rest of the round without Lemon. Unfortunately, an early exit for him. I guess he'll be waiting in the lobby for the next round. MADBULLS 3 players against ETSH right now in a standoff. ETSH not really pushing it because their teammate Baby now being held hostage by Talika.
Yeah, Talika, so far, have really shown his fangs throughout those rounds. And it's so interesting to also see 1 player to be moving over onto the waters. It's going to be Spider-Man looking for a very wide flank. Talika does secure it up against Baby. And that's already 2 back-to-back points. And the rest of ETSH is playing a very passive stance, though. Like, that player is just running right in the open, and it's just going to be icy once again. Going very explosive on the exchanges as Inner Circle does actually win out that trade, scoring 4 points that now will be joining the list of VP as well as Twisted Minds in those exchanges.
While we wait for the clash to happen, I am also looking at the potential clash in the area of St. Martin, where we have R8 there together with Oath. And that area is not within the circle. So if that fight were to happen, it has to be really quick. But then again, of course, on the now that I think about it as well, the circle is not that far. So even if they want to take a bit of more time, it will still be okay for them.
Yeah.
Looking back onto Puerto Price, this fight looks like it will still be a standoff.
Yeah, it seems like MADBULLS, they like to really cause a little bit of chaos by just waiting around, leaving their enemies guessing, and now ETSH is only left with one member remaining. Shiva got nowhere else to go. The door's being broken down as well. There's barely enough space for him to really play through, so he's just hoping that if any of the members of MADBULLS is going to be rushing through, then maybe that's going to be an opportunity for Shiva.
And Shiva now, what is he going to do? I mean, look at this. He's really surrounded right now. Whichever exit that he takes, there will be a play of MADBULL waiting for him. And there's nothing he can do to save his teammate Reverb. So now Shiva is pretty much all alone. Interesting enough, even though MADBULL, they know that they are surrounding him and they have 3 players, but even they are not taking the active approach against Shiva.
Yeah, it's just a very slow, cautious push. And now it's going to be a 2-prong swing coming out. Shiva now tries to hold down with the AUG. Spider now brings out DBS into play as well. Well, Tulika is also looking to close in from the other side of the direction, but Spider-Man's looking to actually pin him down. It withers him down just enough for Pusher to get the final elimination, and that is just a pure ace delivered by MADBULLS again.
Yep, and job done in Puerto Price. It's all about finishing up the remaining loot and move into the circle. I'll catch you on the high ground. Sees the movement here by R8. He's going to pull the trigger. A bit of a missed window there, but that's okay. He does have the information. And his other teammate is on the other side, so they could still try to take out R8 as they try to enter the circle.
Yeah, what I do tend to witness coming from the European teams is that they actually strive when it comes down to really precise calls, and you could definitely tell even from the stats itself that they always go in for headshots, and it just goes to show that you want that clean fight, or else don't simply rush into things because it can actually backfire. Now, you did mention that Ulf is actually taking a very slow response despite being close to the zone, and now plenty of teams are ahead of them to be able to reach into the areas of Impala as well as Truck Stop for the moment. Speaking of Truck Stop though, GEN.G will later take on GES for the moment, while R8 now gets caught out by Solus.
And Solus have unfortunately not able to land enough shots to take out anyone. Well, BOARS Gaming, pretty happy with the 2-point haul that they've got. They're back onto Solus right now. Another attempt onto R8, but R8 by now is just too far away for Solus. But still, Aaron, he will try as he might. But I believe that R8 should be able to get away. But still, an attempt is an attempt again by Aaron, and no knocks. They'll be okay.
Yeah, a very ambitious move. Meanwhile, the big swing coming from GEN.G, not quite enough as GS will strike them down at the speed of lightning. Wow, that was so swift. As they just concluded the entire fight here in Truck Stop, and this is such a valuable space to really play for the end game, because other than Truck Stop, the other option was Impala, which is kind of tough to actually play out. It is going to be just by the edge of this stage 2, so more likely than not, you will expect teams to be playing somewhere closer to the center. This is just slightly up north from where they need to be, so they could afford to hold out for a very long time. Meanwhile, Ulf, they've been playing the active approach, but never really found anything to convert so far. Doesn't really help that they're also soaking the damage from the blue zone.
Yeah, though they should be able to survive this one, but then again, they will need to expand the healing utilities. Akara now pushing in on the Truck Stop. And right in front of him is going to be Esso. Poser will lead the charge. Poser sees the incoming vehicle. Landed 2 players from GS. So it looks like they will want to take this fight head on. But speak about the fight. Alpha Gaming and fight with BOARS.
Ooh. There's been a couple of fights now for BOARS. as they rock back and forth between teams. It's going to be Kara that does actually land the initial shot. Nate's now being exchanged between CEO as well as Icon. Icon just looking to eventually bring his teammates back up alive. Will be able to do so. Whereas, it's the BOARS striking from a distance as well, while SO77 and they will land the mark, and the fight continues on with RONDO taking on the rest of Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, they're going to push in though. But no entry yet. The volley is still active. So Freak has to wait. But while that, he's cooking up the snake. They're lobbing across, but nobody's home. Now time for him to push in with the UMP, but at the same time, he has to be careful of the fact that the blue is on top of him. And we're moving on to stage number 3, so the blue will definitely start to hurt here. While R8 defending the ground. Nice deal to Freak though. Freak now in the critical situation. He needs to heal up, but the splash damage by Mori's second nade will knock him down. And now only one player left is going to be washed down on the ground as well. And R8 defended the building from the incoming Twisted Mind.
CO7 was so efficient, and you saw that lob of the grenade perfectly predicted onto the outpost. And now Twisted Minds do have one member planted on the outside, but it is going to be Prestige looking to eventually strike him down. But he knows for a fact that that player is around the corner, so it is going to be really, really tough. Twisted Minds opts to cut their losses right now, only left with one player remaining. But they've done just about enough. 5 points now accrued as they try to race up against the rest of Virtus Pro. That boy now being tempered with a little bit of spray. Twix will be able to secure it. Meanwhile, Kraken spots up over onto the top end of the field that there is somebody planted up there. So they are very, very careful on where they're going to be moving out ahead. Derm now gets a glimpse of all the members of ARCred, and this is going to be a tough situation for them to get out of.
And ARCred might lose a player. A Go team right now, 2 elimination points, driving by, but they have to save their teammate Veranik, who's currently down as well. A Vic on a smoked up vehicle, taking a bit of a risk there. As much as they wanted to save Veranik, he has been eliminated. Now Go team, 3 players left. The good news for them is that they are in the circle. But for how long? Because right now the zone is closing. And the fact that this area is by the edge of the circle, they might not get stage 4. So they have to plan their next move.
They absolutely have to do so. ARCred right now still having 2 members to try to trade right back at GOAT. But they can only hold on for the meantime. They gotta also pay attention to Virtus Pro, who's also approaching from the south side. So it is looking pretty daunting for ARCred to hold on for far too long. I have to see though, because they're planning up the hills. I don't really see those vehicles. Oh, there we go. There's a buggy for them to work with. So at least they could still rotate if things ever go a little further south. I mean, overall, they've been able to also catch a glimpse of MADBULLS moving towards the direction. Rifus now drops those nades as we're looking at the Mongolians trying to take down some of the finest of South Asia. Oh, seems like IQ have been struck by R8 from another different angle.
And we can expect more angles now with teams coming very close in contact with each other with this kind of circle. I'll be looking at up north as well. That could be another potential fight between Ulf and GS. But we're going to look at what's going to happen at the south here involving Inner Circle and Alpha Gaming. But beautiful nade by T2 for the knockdown Refus. Zero is just right behind Refus, but T24, he's now rushing in. Coming in onto Refus, but he has to be careful of Zero as well. Zero will fire back and will get T24 as a revenge move.
Wow, Zyle just having the perfect read right there. And for that player to try to push into the compatible is a very, very tough task as well. You saw there was just a lot of all that spacing between him as well as Zyle, and Zyle just took full advantage of it. Virtus Pro, so far, they've won out that battle inside some of all these city terrains, and after that, they've been on the lookout. But then again, from this point angle, it is going to be really, really difficult for them to really gain any form of advantage up against ARCred. So Virtus Pro just opts to stick around Impala for the meantime. The rest of the GOATs have been able to go in for a little bit of that reset. You're still going to be having 3 members afloat, but never mind that. It could potentially be only 2. The revives should be going in effect for the rest of GOAT to stay intact for the meantime. But Vic, he's got his eyes locked back at both Derm as well as Hardboy. So ARCred, I don't know how long can they actually play from this high ground terrain, because this is only stage 4. I would expect it to move deeper towards the north.
Yeah, and when that happens, then ARCred will need to leave the high ground advantage. Trying to play a twist of minds here. Ooh, Ado. He knows he's being surrounded by a team, and that's Wolf Esports. But somehow they're still not able to come across him. Okay, interesting. I don't know what sort of invisibility cloak is he using right now, but it's working.
Yeah, very peculiar indeed. It seems like he just really wants to be elusive as long as he could be. As for the rest of Wolf Esports, despite that late rotation, he has worked out according to their plans, as they now surround the corners of Truck Stop. Catch did manage to replenish some of his gears by picking out that loot crate, while Amir tries to shred one of the members of Wolf. He's ditching his vehicle, so he's going to be stranded there for the meantime. Amir definitely looking to pop the tire or even blow him up, but Catch is also being struck down by R8. Oh boy.
Really?
Didn't check.
Really?
What?
He was just next door. Oh man, Ado! Ado, what luck! I need a little bit more. I need a little bit of that too. Man, that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to him for not panicking and causing a stir, or else if he even takes one step out of that position, they will know that he's going to be there. But by being so silent, I mean, overall, when you're playing in Miramar, you expect to, if you bump into anyone, usually it's like 3 stack, 2 stack at the very least, and there will be sound cues, but he's not giving any info either onto R8 or even Wolf, and they're forcing both of them to fight.
And R8 right now dominating with 5 elimination points, looking for more. Okay, but I also want to point out that now Ado, he doesn't have the circle, so he has to move. Solus is somehow still there, and Solus is leaving. Nobody knows that Ado is there, but okay, now Ado has to move. The zone is closing now. He cannot spend much time in stage 5 blue.
I love the fact that Solus actually did a double check and still could not spot him out. And it was the rest of R8 that took the brunt of the damage. And of course, there were heavy casualties on both ends. Well, I say heavy casualties, it's actually just one player out of R8. Same goes over onto the other squad as Virtus Pro are sending some bullets from the high hills. Zyle, I'll get out of the corner of the wall. He's doing a little bit of what we've just witnessed coming in from Sagayo. And with him just crawling from room to room, he's going to eventually reveal himself. Zyle now goes out for a push. CO7 now gets that double tag straight to the face. And just like that, APG alleviates a little bit of that pressure, but R8 will now draw the attention towards this corner, and Virtus Pro is lending a hand from the top side of the hill.
Oh, and Zul still holding on. The fighter player Alpha Gaming will need to make things happen right now. But before that, he locks in their next elimination point. 6 elimination points now for Alpha Gaming, and he gets in the vehicle within the smoke. But can he actually survive this one? Mori will say, "You shall not pass."
He already stole one player away from them. I mean, stealing the buggy is doing them a little dirty, though. So Amori says, no, we are not having none of that. So Amori now, 4 points acquired, and right now, R8 is sitting around with 6 eliminations thus far. Going up against Virtus Pro will be a little bit of a challenge, as Prestige, he does actually take this vehicle over onto the swing, and he's just gonna get out of sight, as the rest of Virtus Pro will be too much for them to bear for the moment. Ado now with the grenade, he tries to dance it off, and he almost clutches it up against Scarface. That will be Aaron putting him down to sleep, so he'll have to wait for the final round of Miramar. Meanwhile, R8, they still want to commit to this battle. They're taking that lower ridge. That gives them just about enough cover as the rest of GS looks to shut out one more player from the side of both.
Oh man, part of me would have liked Ado to just make it out. But then again, oh well. I guess try again next round. Would have been a nice story though if Ado actually like locks in the chicken dinner after surviving the opponents that were around him earlier. But anyway, now ARCred, high ground advantage. They kind of know where their opponents are at, especially GOAT team that's in front of them. But because Ali is the final player, so I don't think he will go trigger happy. He will play as chill as possible for now.
Yeah, as they should. I mean, overall, Wrecked and Rock as well as SAFG is sitting directly inside of the zone. The rest of these teams finding it very difficult to push towards that direction because there's a lot of barren land on the outskirts, and that absolutely allows the rest of GEEKAY to also strike Diana from the side of Virtus Pro off the list. Stage 6, and we're moving into our top 5. Only 12 players remaining for the meantime. GEEKAY Esports, despite having only 2 players, they have yet to actually churn out the points, despite them getting a multiple knock across the field. And I guess that's the cons of playing directly in the center with limited angles on that compound. But MADBULLS will somehow claw their way into the top 5 with only a player remaining.
But GS now is full team. GEEKAY Esports now spring down to Virtus Pro. Now able to get a knock. Speaking of GS now, they're going out against GOAT team. Kraken now right in front of a pusher. Sends his nade into the smoke, but Kraken is no longer there. Kraken decides to just leave this area and get back to his teammate Twix.
MADBULLS now relying on pusher to at least secure another top 4 finish. Is a chicken dinner still possible? Perhaps so. I mean, a lot of all these other teams, they're being whittled down already. GS, they still have the full stack. Probably is going to be the team to beat for the many who's still available in this matchup. But the problem now is that GOAT team, they got their eyes onto pusher as well. So MADBULLS, they barely have enough space, and they're not in the zone just yet.
But the ones that are in the zone, especially GEEKAY, they'll be pretty chill in the middle right now. All they need to do is just hold and defend and just make sure teams don't come close to them. Which shouldn't be a big problem for now because there's a lot of open space in front, so they can detect teams from coming in even before they are able to crash in onto their compound. But for GS Esports on the south, now only one player left. It's going to be Esso. Well, not one player left, but there's one player only here. And he's managed to take out a player of Virtus Pro, but the counter fire came in. And from afar, Ragnarok might lock in this elimination point. Esso now calling up for help.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult spot to even consider for a save. But just have those numbers so they can afford to at least go in for a little bit more of a wide swing on that vehicle to go for the pickup. And they will be back up to a 4 stack. Amir overlooking from the hillside, seeing whether or not if they could eventually look for a commitment. But Virtus Pro, they're sending a couple of grenades, tagging onto the members of GS. So Icon is looking to once again bail out because this is nowhere close to the zone. But now they know where exactly Virtus Pro is at. That vehicle is the only thing that could save Virtus Pro from the devouring blue zone that's coming on to their location.
And look at the circle. GEEKAY is favored by the circle with the compound. But if only they have a full team, then it would have been a better position for them to be in. But then again, playing as a duo, let's see if they can do it later. GS Esports right now. From the north, they're going to come in. But they have to clear off whichever team that's in front of them. And one of them is going to be Virtus Pro. And Virtus Pro now down to the last player, spotted out by ESO. And GS Esports locks in that elimination. And they're currently on a rampage with 10 elimination points.
Oh, huge numbers out there as they just shut out Virtus Pro, moving into the top 3. And they've already got all the information that they need to eventually close out the game. It's more so of the execution right now. Go Esports over on the other side of the hill. Meanwhile, GEEKAY, they have never really leave the compounds, so to speak. So as it stands, that 2-2 split formation so far allows them to absolutely dominate the field. We'll have to see if both GEEKAY as well as GOAT want to consider tag teaming up against the rest of GS in order to shut them down. But even despite so, it is going to be some hard angles for them to work with because of that 2-2 split going on. And now with a shift, we'll see GS by the edges of the upcoming zone, but GOAT have already lost that party.
Yeah, 4v2v2. Who's going to make the next move? That's going to be the question. GS Esports, they have a full team, but they are also playing this very, very carefully. They don't want to let go of the advantage that they currently have. And they managed to take out Kraken from afar. A zone will start to close in about 4 more seconds. So the pickup of the Kraken has to happen quickly because we're at stage 8. You don't want to have even a second in this blue.
Not at all. They can just easily deteriorate in an instant. Jafar now considering a push with that buggy is he's just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. They still have to deal with the rest of GOAT over the other corner, but that is quickly being brought down by GEEKAY instead. And Kraken is barely surviving. He's got no angles to work with. And now the blue zone is already pushing them through. It's either going to be GEEKAY or even GS to take those final points. And they did not themselves by the blue zone.
Oh well, I guess no point given away. That's the other best thing that they could do. Now, it's going to be the final fight here. GS versus GEEKAY. The two players of GEEKAY has to do it. And Ragnarok's holding the front line right now, but a lot of focus given onto the back house. I wonder if GEEKAY knows. Okay, they surely have heard the footsteps here. Ragnarok position compromise. He's on the second floor. And here comes Jafar onto the second floor. SFK in hand. He has an idea. Ragnarok nailed it down. And now all they need to do is to focus on the private player of GEEKAY, and GS will be the chicken dinner winners of the Miramar match.
Beautiful execution all around, and it is a flawless round without a single member being struck down, despite how difficult this round was for the likes of many. GS takes their first win here, and perhaps even more to come because we still have one more round in Miramar.
One more Miramar to go. And again, looks like a new team scored the chicken dinner. So this time, let's see, how many is that? 12 eliminations, so that's 22 points collected by GS. It's going to be real interesting, especially with this lobby, right? Until now, there isn't like a clear team that's like, okay, this team is truly dominating. And that's what's fun about this lobby. I guess we wouldn't know who will be the absolute champion until the very end.
True enough, and you saw how much damage SO has been able to strike throughout the span of the round. I think he's been able to accumulate the most amount of elimination points thus far. On top of that, everyone out of GS have been able to really work it out as a team. That 2-2 split was pretty much too difficult to deal with, as you saw eventually some of all the other players who were opposing them over onto the hillside eventually had to tap out because they slowly ran out of space. Whereas GS, they took that opportunity to also close in the distance to eventually get that close quarter combat up against the rest of GEEKAY to seal the deal. So this was magnificent coming out of GS Esports.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Magnificent round for them. Complete squad towards the end did not give away a single point to any other team. Virtus Pro, also part of the teams to watch, followed by GOAT team and also R8. Now with the fact that GOAT team is here, I don't see any other closer contenders in the top 4 teams to watch this round. So there's a big chance that the GOAT Esports will still remain at the number 1, and also they will pull away from the competition.
Yeah, very likely or not, they will still be able to hold their grounds, whereas Virtus Pro will definitely be racing up the list as well. So they can be a potential contender in the upcoming round. But take a look at the damage numbers. 2,000 in comparison to only 900 over damage coming from the side of GEEKAY. I mean, for most part, GEEKAY had accumulated majority of their knocks as well as their points in the very late game instead. So other than that, they were not exactly in trouble, whereas GS literally had to fight tooth and nail for it, scoring 7 knockouts, and SO undoubtedly the MVP of the match.
Oh yeah, with 6 eliminations and 890 damage, he showed up a lot on our screen. But the only thing that we need to unlock on SO is his picture. Amongst his teammates, he's the only one that has not revealed himself. So, well, hopefully with this MVP, it will give him more confidence of showing himself to the world.
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, sometimes like in tournaments like this, you're also testing, you know, some new lineups. So perhaps eventually it will be unveiled to us eventually. T24 happens to be one of the top performers out in the field, as Inner Circle have been able to score a couple of elevation points to also book out. Other than that, the rest of Virtus Pro definitely have had a very big fight around those corners of Impala for most part. And then R8, this was one of their better rounds to be able to finish in the top 4. So I would say it wasn't just very top heavy. Like majority of all these players that has been able to last throughout stage 2 or 3 onwards have been able to at least get themselves into action. This time around, Rectum Karya, Nuclear Zone, as well as Team Falcons, they bow out without any 4 points. So I feel like overall, the goal coming in from Twisted Minds is just to absolutely disallow Team Falcons from ever playing the game.
Yeah, they've been following Team Falcons every single round. And so far today, Twisted Minds have been winning every single early fight with Team Falcons. So I don't know what sort of beef are they having, but hey, you know what? It's a competition at the end of the day. So whatever it is, you will still need to beat whoever is on the battleground. And if it's Twisted Minds for Falcons, if it's Falcons for Twisted Minds, then I guess so be it then. More entertainment for us.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta treat it like it's just another trim overall. But after securing the chicken dinner, the very first one for GS, they immediately jumped 5 spots up, skyrocketed into that number 7 spot. And like you said, you expect no changes up over onto the top quadrant. It is pretty much the case. And because of that, GEEKAY's top 2 finish, they also did manage to push Oof Esports down to number 9.
And flipping on to page number 2. So the only team that rose up in page 2 is R8. After coming from a number 18 at some point in this tournament, so far it's been a decent day for R8. With 29 points collected, they are at number 13 right now, but we have a few downward movers as well, like BOARS, Kara, APG, Falcons, and Rectum Karya. So hopefully they'll be able to put up a good show in the next round. Then again, speaking about the next round, we only have one more round to go after this, and it is going to be a repeat of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. So one more round. Who could it be? Will it be a new team getting chicken dinner, or will it be a repeat? Only one way to find out is to stay tuned. But before that, we're going to take a short break. See you guys after this one.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Well, guess what? GS, they broke the streak of MADBULLS to stop them in Miramar, claiming the chicken dinner for themselves. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Ruthless Regional Showdown. My name is Sir Cloud, and Contra is still here together with me, and we are together with you, and you are together with us all around, ladies and gentlemen, for the final match in Miramar.
That's right, and we've definitely seen a lot of all these brilliant plays around all these areas, and GS so far is the one that has gotten their entire squad towards the very tail end to score that chicken dinner. So we'll definitely want to see if other teams will be able to do exactly the same. So far, even the top performers, Inner Circle, had a little bit of a hiccup in that past round, but Falcon Co, they've been able to still accumulate quite a number of elimination points to still be within the top 4. Whereas we'll have to see if APG can regain any form in this final match of the night. So I'm definitely looking forward to what they will be able to actually show us overall, because what they've been able to accomplish back in day 1 was astounding. So this time around, who are you rooting for, Sir Cloud?
I guess I want to try to go for stats this time. Let's see if the boys of Inner Circle can actually make a comeback. Today hasn't really been their day, but maybe if they want to go to bed with good vibes, bring the chicken dinner on.
Yeah, I really do think that they're in a great form at the very least. I'm thinking APG, because last round, I think Zio has done so much work all by himself. It's just that majority of his teammates were already being depleted. But if they do survive as a unit, I'm pretty sure that APG is a team that is going to be scary for the rest of the lobby.
Wow, production is going for the current scary team, GOAT team. Why scary? Obviously because they are #1 right now, still unshaken, still holding the #1 spot. And yeah, I mean, if you pick one of the top teams, a podium spot team, it's always great because yeah, obviously they're up there for a reason, right? So I mean, we haven't got any of our predictions right yet. Never is the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, there's 18 teams. You only get one shot every single round, so yeah, I don't really like my odds, but I can only try, you know? Like, I think, we have a couple of close calls, and, you know, they end up, top 2, top 5. Like, it's still pretty much great results, which, you know, to me, that's a W in my books, although we don't really earn those points in that essence. So, you know, we got one more shot. You guys can do so, too. Tell us who you guys are rooting for to win out the final round of the night. So of course, if you guys have just joined into the stream, don't worry, we'll still have more action to come for tomorrow as well, so you can sit back, relax, watch this one, go through some of the bots for day 1 as well. And tomorrow, same time, same place, we'll also be running the Ruthless Regional Showdown. So Cloud, I think there's definitely many adjustments that these teams have to make. But out of the many teams out there, you know, Team Falcons, I've noticed the track record so far for today, they only got 1 point out of the past couple of match.
Yeah, and for the most part, they have been denied points by Twisted Mind. So I don't know. Maybe try to drop somewhere else and try to avoid Twisted Mind because the record isn't really favoring them. We'll see if that happens again still, or is it going to be the same result in this last Miramar?
Here we go. As we're having this flight path cut through the south side of Petrona to be headed into areas like Torre Ahumada. Now, this is by far the kind of flight path that is the most fair for majority of these teams to get to where they need to be. No access to El Pozo. So what's the plan B right now? If Falcons wants to drop elsewhere, and will Twisted Minds once again rain on their parade?
Yep, man, the teams will rain down now. We see a lot of early drops, and we could have another overlapping fights. Okay, I'm looking at the GOAT team actually playing very safe this time, dropping around the area of Patona. A bit of a spread for them. Veronic He is going towards the inner side on the left, but there's another overlapping team, so gotta be extra careful there. The moment he lands, he might be forced into a fight.
Yeah, potentially so, and it's rarely that we get to see these kind of fights break loose over on south side of the island, but I guess when push comes to shove, they will really have to do whatever they could to, of course, keep themselves intact. Meanwhile, looking at the center of the field, the rest of the inner circle will now have the entire Picado to themselves, but inside of Power Grid, I'm looking at a few names on the list as well, so this is going to be a good start for the citizens of Twisted Minds. Well, I would say maybe not too much for those who are being bombarded, because Rectum Karia Esports, they're already having one member shredded out as they take on Inner Circle.
And Rectum Karia Esports, this time it has to be a payback time for them onto Inner Circle. The last time they fought, Inner Circle won against Rectum Karia Esports. And Rectum Karia Esports, decent start for them with the fact that they took out Oki, but IQ won't have the time and he will be taken out. Looks like Rectum Karia Esports might just do it against Inner Circle this time.
Wow, that was a perfect angle for them to work things out. Meanwhile, we go towards the fight between Kara as well as GEN.G. Nate to be lobbed from the side of a game. Does he actually find the mark? Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. Some decent damage already being dealt over onto one of the Kara members as Poser is just running in circles for the moment, trying to steer clear away from Tread. Hacienda fights have always been super interesting to watch since it's going to be full-on close proxy fights. While Oof is going to be putting in the sticky grenades. It likes to actually flush them in the corner, and that tap finds it. Aaron, so sharp on this Pumpy.
Okay. And Aaron now moving into security elimination point to get out Red Dots. Solar's now spraying into the corner just to be taken out by the follow-up of the Team Falcon players. But OP Esports, they're still here, and the final blow will come from Catch. And that is again Team Falcons eliminated. Even though they got away from Twisted Minds, but Forte Oof took them out instead.
Yeah, another rough round, only 1 point to both. Again, now being overwhelmed by Kara's push. Just like that, GEN.G also have fallen victims to be taken out the list very early on. Kara, so far, this is one of the better performances out of the many, as they've been able to almost cleanly win out the trade, only losing one member in the process. And the best part of this is that Kara, they're directly in the center because they start off here inside of Hacienda de Patron. Plenty of space for MADBULLS up north as they go on a 2-2 split loot. And I believe the rest of the field will join in a little later on. But Twisted Minds, they're going on a chase, and they struck down Aaron.
Well, if they don't have Falcons, they will find the one that eliminated Falcons instead. Oof. Okay, no matter what, Twisted Minds, looking at the pattern of how they play, at least for today, it's like they will always want to find early engagements. And again, even without Falcons, they found another target instead. So that looks like to be the trend of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I guess like the Minds were craving for chicken dinners, but they find a different variation of bird. So, you know, they settle with Falcons every time. And now that the Wolf have devoured the Falcons, it's like, you know, I don't mind like a little bit of a wild wolf from time to time, so to speak. Maybe that's what's on their mind the entire time. But oof, they've scattered all across the field. They lost one member in the process. Not the worst case scenario for them. But yeah, I think like the whole notion was for Twisted Minds is definitely to really look for Falcons wherever they go. I just think that, you know, these two teams, two of the finest organizations that has ever hailed out of Saudi Arabia, have already shown that they are some of the best teams, especially when we move into big events like EWC. So somebody's got to, of course, show Falcons how it's done from time to time.
But then again, oh well. Falcons being a team that has a lot of supporters, I'm sure the fans will want to see them do better. But then again, it is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Tomorrow's going to be another day for Falcons anyway. Now we're going to see Nuclear Zone with a higher advantage against Virtus Pro. And they're going up against a Malloy. Aprino. Not finishing up the job yet, but I guess because he heard the movement from behind, yep, he will reposition himself because the other members of Virtus Pro now coming in.
It is a very tight angle for them to actually pay out this fight, but AP carry note, he does actually get a couple of damage being done to Diana, but not quite enough. There we go. The rest of Virtus Pro can now go in for the pickup where Nuclear Zone is still posing a threat with Arthur arriving over on the other side of the hill. Does he have enough grenades? Doesn't seem like he has any throwables at all, so he's just rushing in with the UMP.
And here comes the zone as well. And it looks like Rectum Kara Esports. Wow, this time they are dominating. They just took out the members of BOARS. And is BOARS out yet? Oh, no, not yet. They still have 2 active players. But now the focus is on the Nuclear Zone and Virtus Pro. And here's Fajita rushing in. He's going to lead the charge with the UMP. Spraying onto the left side, not able to hit his target. And here comes the rest of Virtus Pro, but a double knockdown by Fajita. Beautifully executed. And he still has the time to heal up.
My goodness, that crazy push coming out of Fajita absolutely allowed them to eventually demolish the rest of Virtus Pro as they do a drive-by, and they manage to strike them down instead.
Oh man, Virtus Pro, they still try to fight back though. Diana is going to be the final player here. Krona comes in, and Nuclear Zone just nuked out Virtus Pro from the map, and Krona will continue to survive for the team.
Wow, that was insane. The way that they continued to push up against each other and eventually went down to that 1 versus 1, but hold it for the moment because we still have another fight breaking loose. BOARS Gaming trying to hold firm as the rest of REG pushes through. He gets a catch over onto the side of Wild 77. EXO, is there going to be more that he could actually reap out of this as Silas tries to defend for the current point of time? Doesn't seem like there was a case in point that they could push in clearly, and he needs a little bit more backup for BOARS to win out the trade.
When the circle shifted towards where MADBULLS is at, looking good. In fact, MADBULLS, they have to settle the circle. Back onto the church area, here comes BOARS, and they're moving onto Rectum Kara Esports. With no weeks left now, the final player of BOARS Gaming opens up the door, shows himself, and he moves in with the DBS just to be eliminated from behind by Gold Team, who had to butt in from afar.
Another incredible fight. Gold came in out of nowhere to kind of put them to sleep as well. I mean, overall, this is one of the fastest rounds that we're witnessing. Stage 2, and we're only left with 12 teams. And now GOAT will be on their journey after they do gather up a little bit of those loots coming from both sides of the squads that was eliminated. Twisted Minds, they got so much space around the crater fields. And you did mention MADBULLS, they had the northern portion all along. These two teams are going to have a really good time in the late game. Meanwhile, not so much for Kara. They get caught out in the mid of rotation.
Oh, but a great bad boy. Showing who is the bad boy here. And immediately taking out the 2 players of Kara, forcing the other players of Kara to move to another area. Water treatment is going to be the house of ARCred.
Ooh. So far, I'm really liking how these teams actually set up for, you know, those rotation catches. And so far, it's been looking rather solid. Kara, they got their 4 points initially from the fight that broke loose, but now they're only left with 1. ARCred just gotten a couple of all these freebies just by hanging out around this water treatment area, but they're not too far out of reach into getting into those critter field areas as well to play out for the end game. Move towards the side of R8 so far, no commotion whatsoever, but a team that's surrounding them over on the mini-map is going to be APG. Let's see if they are looking for this push, but it isn't going to be all too easy. because there's a lot of all that dead space in between that does allow R8 to eventually spot them out. So it is a little bit more of a tedious approach for APG to formulate those numbers if they're looking for some.
However, APG is also in the circle, so I don't know if they really want to push this one. Unless if they have a big advantage, then maybe. But at the current state, I don't think APG will be interested. Might as well wait for the next circle to shift and see how it goes and whether it's worthwhile for them to make a push. Speaking about that circle, it's going to show up right now, and it goes towards where majority of the teams are already at.
Yeah, it's not too shabby after all. We're seeing Cronus finally joining in from the outskirts, arriving in just the perfect timing. But how is he going to go through both Twisted Minds as well as APG is going to be something that boggles me. The rest of GEEKAY this time a little bit slower on the rotation, and now is being gated off by the rest of ETSH. Nate's now being sent right through. Not quite hitting the mark just yet, but Reverb is going to be looking for that cheeky flank. And take a look at SAFG. He's going to be able to maybe spot out Reverb from the high ground as well. And instead, it's going to be Kevin now getting pummeled down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Baby goes down on the floor as well. Reverb now gets punished as we talk about the flank that was imminent coming in from the other side of GEEKAY.
When there's Esports the target on the other side, it's pretty far away though. But anyway, for GEEKAY, I guess once they're done here, they will move in. But how far is the circle from them? 600 meters, not that bad. And plus, they have vehicles. It's just a matter of whether any other team would try to stop GEEKAY from entering into the circle. But now, Twisted Minds. It's their turn to be in action. And Krona is right in front. Final player of Nuclear Zone will be rushed in.
He's all alone though, but that was a massive nade. It actually connects onto two of the members, dealing a big chunk. Might be able to knock out Freak if he's not careful enough, as he signals even more of a warning up against the rest of Twisted Minds. It also caught in the attention of APG from the top end of the hill. So if they really want to recommit, they're also sending nades of their own. I want to see if this actually lands. Okay, not quite so. Corners now being dealt with as Foryo will be able to at least gain one more point added to the tally of Twisted Minds.
And APG, they heard all the commotion. Now they're going to put their attention to Twisted Mind. At the same time, R8 is close by and they're showing up as well. R8 is definitely going to be the team that will threaten APG more if they approach. So that's why they set out referees just to keep an eye on to R8. But R8, it looks like to themselves that they're not that interested to push. They're happy with the combat that they have in the circle.
Yeah, I think like overall, they don't really have to do anything too drastic for the meantime, because the attention isn't exactly drawn towards them for the moment. Twisted Minds is playing on a very dangerous area though. I mean, this low ground, we've seen plenty of all these teams being caught up. And for the meantime, they're waiting for the next shift, and we'll have to see who does it favor. It is still belonging to R8, APG, as well as MADBULLS for the moment. On the outskirts, we got Go to try to breach in from the west-southeastern side. So it shouldn't be too concerning, because there is a couple of all these compounds that they can hold out from the outskirts of St. Martin.
Oh, Twisted Minds coming in onto Alpha Gaming. Those vehicles kind of smoking up. So we use that as a barricade for now. Lord is going to be the one at the front line, and we'll be got out by none other than Top Twisted Mind. Looks like their plan is not working out for them.
Not all too much, as they had to actually push through from the low ground. They don't really have the optimal angles. And take a look at who's on the far end. R8, they want to get involved top. Now that he's knocked down, he might just be stashed away. So even despite the effort coming from Twisted Minds, the points might actually go over to R8.
Wow, for Alpha Gaming, they are collecting their own points. Managed to get one out of Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds are two active players. And here comes the rest of APG. They want to finish up the job now, sending a nade across The pickup is still on the way though. And now Zul will be the one to lead the charge to get a refuse. Oh, but here comes Doc as well because he had to save top. Anyway, within the smoke down, 2 players of Twisted Mind now back up again. They try to fight back with the EBS in hand. Going up against the SLK of Zul. Zul shows up towards the right. Gets a knock. And now Twisted Mind only down to break the final player that has to pull off a big clutch here against the remaining 2 players from Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, back up against the wall though. There's barely enough room for him to actually play things out. He does send in a grenade, trying to deter any form of push coming from the side of APG. Still going for a rescue, but I'm afraid that he got himself into the hot waters as he is 1v1 up Kenzo. Make that 1 versus 2. Doc will be able to eventually close in on him, while Zyle still trying to hunt out. I mean, Freak, so far is a mad lad. He's been able to pin 2 members down. And now, the rest of Alpha Gaming might just be struck down because more teams wants to get involved.
Oh man, not looking good for Alpha Gaming. They only have 1 active player. But GEKAY Esports taking the active approach right now against MADBULLS. Same time, they're going to see that teammate Ragnarok. And Kevin is going to keep watch. Coming back onto Alpha Gaming, here comes R8 onto them.
Big nades now being cooked as they toss very close in proximity. I'm just really surprised APG was allowed to go in for at least 1 revive. Now he goes back to a 3-man scuffle up against the rest of R8, but that was just quickly navigated by CO7. He gets that double. Can he actually find a whole lot more? It doesn't seem like it's going to be a clean-cut answer with GS. Also going in for the mix as R8 dominated APG. They only walk away with 5 points.
And MADBULLS 1 player knocked down. But we're going to focus on to GS versus GEKAY. And GS still in the game at the top 7. That's a nade onto SO. Will not connect at all thanks to the buggy. Smoked up buggy though, so he has to be careful with the buggy. He gets blown up right in front of him. He will be knocked as well. And it looks like GS no longer interested. They're going to focus on to get into the circle first.
They have to do so. But this is going to be a Death Valley if they were to swing right through the middle. There's only 1 member of ETSH. That wouldn't be too much of a cause of concern. GS now being a little bit of a noisy neighbor up against Shiva. We'll have to see if Shiva does go in for a trade. He does have those grenades now being prepared as MADBULLS are approaching even closer as to GS. And now he's tossing that Molotov. This might just be it.
Nice Molly flush by Lemon. And from then on, he just needed to wait until his opponent came out, and the rest was history from there. Now for MADBULLS, still in the game, and they managed to get into somewhere in the middle of the circle with his compound. It's not too bad for MADBULLS, but this time, they don't have a full team. So they have to figure out how they're going to play this one until a chicken dinner. Mori, on the other hand, now kind of busy because GEKAY is going to come in, and Mori gets 1. 1 more on the other side. Is Mori going to be able to pull off a clutch here?
We'll have to see while they're holding back this corn push. SAPG now catching flames coming out from the side of Marv, and he's just gonna go in with more toss of the grenade. He's also taking the front of it as the exchanges go through. GEKAY, and they actually find it, and Marv, he will be able to pin them all down, sending GEKAY Esports out of the game.
And because of that, right now we are in our top 5 teams. Majority of them already in the circle. But ARCred could take this fight against MADBULLS. Bad boy cooking up the snake, sends it across into the sack. And he will get that 1 knock immediately onto Lemon.
That's a beautiful, beautiful tag of the grenade. And Bad Boy, he's going to be the king of the kill right now. But to challenge that, is there going to be anyone else? GS, they can only look from the other side. And unable to even draw their weapons straight up at those members of ARCred over the hillside. Still 5 teams playing it out. MADBULLS only left with 1. We'll have to see if the rest of these teams will be slowly taking each other out. I mean, Spider-Man is in the most sought-after position. Well, other than being part of the averages eventually, but yeah. it does not look all too great for MADBULLS for the moment. Whereas Gold Team, they've stayed steady over on the south side, and eventually they look to wrap in. But when will it be the right timing to do so? The new zone will appear. If it does shift towards the south side, then those teams in the compound will be on the losing end instead.
Yeah, right now, I believe all the teams are holding their breath, waiting for the next circle shift. It should come in about a few more seconds, and there you go. Goes towards the middle. Interesting. Okay, Gold Team will enter through St. Martin, and they will have a couple of compounds there to hold, so that's going to be okay. I believe a lot more focus is going to be given up north, where R8 is currently at, and looking at Gold Team.
Yeah, they got those perfect bird's eye view onto Goat, who's been able to at least take a portion of St. Martin. Vic has been forced to retreat back into the far end, so he's gonna be gathering maybe a couple more loots, perhaps, in order to eventually rock up against the rest of R8. But this is such a daunting task. Goat Esports, they have to push through this high hill, and it doesn't seem like it's gonna be an easy task for them to do so up against R8.
And not everybody's in the circle yet. And there you go. Ali currently down, but not out yet. But if we were to look at his position, he's quite far away though from his other teammates. So I don't think that he will be saved. It's just a matter of time now.
It's just gonna be a calm before the storm. With one member being pinned out, ARC is just gonna cut their losses. They know that this is too tough to salvage since they're split into a better location for the moment. It'll be unwise to just retreat from that elevated ground. That boy looked to go in for a little bit of an exchange at the very least. Enough to eventually have the rest of R8 to give their position off. So ARCred, they're now deciding where exactly did they land. Now that they're on wheels, perhaps they're just going for an isolated approach, having some wide angle coverage, and I believe that is actually an attempt to go in for the rescue.
Okay, all the way from the right side of the circle to the left side to go for the rescue. Man, that is brotherhood at its best. But CO7 is his target. Oh, the vehicle are smoking up. That's bad news for ARCred, as Icon will knock Chorus down. And here comes the rest of R8 Esports.
Yeah, that was such a risky move coming from the ARCred member. Meanwhile, R8 Esports reaggresses. Now striking 8 players off the field already, looking for the tenor if they can take down another 2 members of ARCred. Even if they do so, they will still have 1 more to book. Now take a look at those resources, right? And GOAT Esports so far has got 16 smoke grenades, 12 frags. They just need to get a little closer. As the rest of GOAT Esports, they don't want to be involved. They are just playing for the win at this point in time. CO7 unloads every single throwable that's in his back end. We'll see if they could eventually plow through the rest of ARCred. Instead, Heartboy, he found that golden opportunity and struck him within the smoke. And now that's going to be an opening to pin out the rest of R8 Esports.
Ali will join him as well, but Heartboy, unfortunately, knocked down from afar. Oh man, this is bad. Just when they had the advantage. And Mori found Ali too. ARCred, looks like whatever they had in mind is not working out right now. Mark here with the high ground advantage sprays onto the players of Gold Team. Veronic got the high ground advantage right now, but then again, they still fight back. And here is Muff, as much as he wanted to pull off a clutch. Unfortunately now, his run will be stopped.
GOAT Team, they've managed to still salvage the situation at the very least, but the push coming from Amori might actually cause them to be sent out of this final round. And there we go, jump shot connects, Amori still survives. And now it's only down to Kraken. Can they pull off a clutch here?
does have this nade though. Let's see if we can land it on the Mori. It's going to be a big revenge if Kraken can actually pull this one off. But before that, Mori locks in his next elimination point. And now with the high ground advantage, as the case switches to an M4. And whatever it is, you still pocket another one more point. 5 elimination points now for Mori alone.
Goat Esports had all 4 members, and Amori had this big brain play, this P90 action right across the close quarter combat, and then he climbs up the hillside just to get an edge, secures that knock, and now all that's left to do is to pin out Kraken. He's got a little bit of a crease here for him to take cover from. Dancing around for the moment, but he's got a couple of Molotovs. Amori sends it right down below. Potential rescue onto Varanik, but hey, that grenade will eventually land perfectly, and now it's down to R8 versus the rest of GS.
But it's looking good for GS to score the back-to-back chicken dinner, it seems. Okay, let's see if R8 Mori can pull off a huge, big clutch here. It's going to be kind of difficult with this sort of terrain.
Indeed, it will be. I don't think he spawns out SO either. It's a lot of figuring out to do. Meanwhile, Mori goes in, draws blood, takes down Icon.
Okay. 2 more to go. If Mori can pull off this clutch, it's going to be the best chicken dinner ending so far in this tournament series. As Amir will be waiting on the ground, and also we have SO on the other side. So Mori's pretty flanked, but then again, not too sure how far he is from the circle. Or maybe he's not in the circle, and that's why the 2 players of GS. Okay, no. Oh, he's by the edge. Okay, he still has some space.
Oh boy. And you can see the sole reason why they're playing over on high ground, because that open field right down at the bottom is absolutely unplayable in this circumstance. Amir's considering that the trollable though. I mean, he's got no frags, but he at least has a flashbang as well as a Molotov. So perhaps if he could just catch him on fire, send Amori into panic, that might just open angles for SO to close up the game.
And nobody's willing to make the big moves. Okay, maybe Amir. Even that, he's also taking the safe approach. I guess if GS, well, pressure's not onto them. Pressure's on Mori, because the blue, last we seen, is just right behind him. Okay, we're starting to see the animation. He's forced to go out, but then again, it takes a lot of damage, and somehow he still survives.
Oh boy, you don't want to make these kind of foul mistakes if you're fighting for a chicken dinner. 2 versus 1, absolutely doable, especially with him being decked out with P90. He does get the glimpse over at SO, but the shots, the recall, not quite there for him to really align it up against SO.
Okay. So Mori here. Waiting to see if we can actually pull off the clutch. Oh, they're trying to get close to him, and Mori will take the first shot, but now he's very low as well. How is he going to fend this one off? Amir has the high ground advantage, and all he needs to do is just spray all the way down. And that's going to be GS Esports. Again, another chicken dinner.
Another back-to-back win for GS, as this has been absolutely incredible on how they've been able to just drive up against every other team here in Miramar. Steady is the pace that they play, and so far they've been the ones that have read everybody else like a book that they've always studied every single day. Kudos to them. And now, where does GS land after securing this back-to-back win? And this time, the hero of the match for GS is none other than Amir.
Did he play the previous round, or was he subbed in for this round? I kind of think that maybe he's subbed in for this round. Okay, we need to fact check that one later on. But anyway, for GS Esports, great work for them. It's a double chicken dinner back-to-back, so they are today's king of Miramar. I look forward to seeing if they can continue to be consistent again tomorrow, because tomorrow we still have another 5 more games, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure that you subscribe to the Ruthless Hype Esports social media so you don't miss out on any future announcements, and of course interesting tournaments for us to enjoy, such as the one that we're watching here right now, and also for the one that's going to be happening tomorrow, same time, same channel. So don't forget to subscribe.
That's right. Of course, we always offer you the best PUBG Mobile action. So, of course, you guys could also follow Ruthless Hype Esports on every other social media platform, or IG, X, everywhere else that you can actually think of. So, with that being said, though, that concludes our final round for tonight. Of course, we do have all this amazing stats coming from the rest of the teams. And out of the many names out there, GOAT has to travel the furthest amongst the rest of the field. The only time that we actually see a lot of all these teams start to utilize their utility is towards the end game, where you saw they were fighting over on the high ground. ARC uses the most amount of smokes, whereas R8, they were on to those explosive, and of course they were just inches away from almost clutching out against GS. So that was one hot fought battle.
I really want to see how many points did R8 collect this round, because they were placed above GS when we were shown the previous graphic. And also for R8, let's say if they are the team with the most points collected overall, it is R8's biggest comeback so far. Yeah, because yesterday they weren't doing so well, but today all of a sudden it's like, oh, R8 throughout the entire day has been doing pretty well.
Yeah, they did. And overall, they are a team that, of course, never backed down from fights. And for most part, Amuri was the key factor onto their progress of scoring big numbers over on the field, with a total of 913 damage being dished out, as he did manage to find himself that loot crate that equips him with the formidable P9.
And who else is beside him? We have Mafia from R8, Amir from R8 as well, and ZD7 here from R8. So we have three representatives from R8 and one from GS, that's Amir. So 7 eliminations for Mori, 5 for Marv, 4 for Amir, and Z with 3 eliminations to his name. So with the fact that R8 has 3 representatives up here, we're already seeing like these many eliminations. So that means the total point count here for R8 is 21 points. And
wow.
GS Esports, even though they scored a chicken dinner, but they only brought home 18 points. But still, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner.
That's right, and overall, it's still a massive approach coming in from our top 4 teams. They were duking out till the very tail end, and look at the mid pack. We have so many teams sharing the same score: 6 points for MADBULLS, GEEKAY, Alpha Gaming, Regnum, Karya. Meanwhile, 4 points each for Nuclear Zone, UF Esports, Kara, as well as BOARS. The rest gets a little bit of a fair share, but overall, it's been a satisfying round. And R8, they strike not only within close distance, but also long range, with Marv scoring the longest limb at 317 meters away. So absolutely impressive. 27 rescues. We saw a lot of drawn out fights happening all across the matchup. And of course, that will secure another big win once more for the side of GS to conclude this final matchup in Miramar. So tomorrow, still a lot more work to be done by all of our participants. I can't wait to see what will they be cooking. Will it be a storm, or could it be a little bit of a slow day, just like how Falcons did? Well, we'll never know.
Yeah, I do hope that Falcons make a significant shift in their regular drop slot, because yeah, the starting point isn't really working out for Team Falcons. So I guess the key right now is to, number 1, try to avoid Twisted Minds, because Twisted Mind has a very good record against the Team Falcons. And number 2 is to avoid other teams, because even in the previous round, yeah, they went away from Twisted Mind, but they dropped into another area that featured another team and they still lost. So well, something for them to consider again tomorrow. But for now, we're also going to crown the current MVP, ladies and gentlemen, and we have to give it to Bad Boy.
Yep, ARCred so far, they've been able to really have a lot of all these points secured, all thanks to Bad Boy. Even you saw when push comes to shove, he's been trying his level best to keep his team afloat, and he's the one dealing the most damage alongside with 18 points of eliminations acquired. That's like pretty much 2 kills per round, so to speak. So, of course, we hope to see even more of this kind of work rate coming from Bad Boy for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's a good point on the 2 eliminations per round. Okay, solid. I mean, we can consistently do that, and that's why Bad Boy is here as the MVP. But beside him, we have Twix from Go Team, and then we have Esso from GS at number 3. Number 4 is going to be Dog from Alpha Gaming. And number 5 right now is Snowix from BOARS Gaming. Now, if you were to look at some of those numbers, especially on the average elimination department, they are all really close up here.
They really are, and I think that when you pit them up against each other in a top 5 scenario, ooh, that will be quite the fiesta to watch. So I really do hope that we eventually get to see a certain top 5 of those kind of instances. But the overall fraggers, it is going to be Doc that secured most eliminations to put himself at the podium spot. Meanwhile, Esso's incredible performance today to land those double chicken dinner has been absolutely amazing, and overall that's a total of 19 eliminations, just 1 short to chase up against Doc. And of course you got Bad Boy, a Do, as well as Twix to be part of the equation as well. So not too different from our MVP title runners.
Wow, what's not going to be different is the top. GOAT is still at number 1, followed by ARCred, and then we have MADBULLS at number 3. But we have to also congratulate GOAT Team for breaking into the 100-point mark, being the first team to be able to do so. Now for GS, back-to-back chicken dinner, that brought them up to number 5 right now, and they are 24 points away from the top. It is still pretty tight here if you kind of think about it. Like, anybody could be at the top. Although, yeah, GOAT Team has been holding it for the entire day, but it's only 9 points between them and ARCred. So tomorrow's going to be really interesting as well.
Yeah, if anyone pulls off a MADBULL to secure back-to-back chicken dinners, or even like GS, then potentially you will definitely see some of these names over even on the second page to have a solid chance. I think BOARS have definitely shown great prowess on how they actually take those early engages. R8 now advances 1 spot to push APG down a notch, and at the very same time, REG, they've been climbing even despite this being their first day. 31 points is a very healthy start for them, whereas Falcons, they slide down the list, only acquiring 2 points out of the 5 matches played out so far.
Ooh, yeah, you pointed out right, only 2 points today. Even if we compare them to like ETSH or Nuclear Zone, every other team scored more points for today especially. So Team Falcons, only 2 points, definitely something that they need to go back to the drawing board on. And hopefully tomorrow they can have a way better day as compared to today, especially with the fact that Twisted Minds have been clash dropping them from the get-go. So they have to find somewhere else, I guess, tomorrow.
That's right. Plenty of adjustments for these teams to do. They'll probably review some of the VODs, and then we'll come back stronger for our 3rd day of action. You guys have been tuning in to the Ruthless Regional Showdown with us, Sir Cloud, as well as myself, Contra. And of course, we'll call it a night for now, but make sure you guys stay subscribed to Ruthless Hype Esports, and we'll catch you once more for Day Tree's action. Have a good night.